world was not yet fully awake, but a gentle sigh stirred the air across the rolling hills of Thrace. A soft, pearlescent light, the color of a dove's wing, began to unfurl itself over the eastern horizon, painting the sky with delicate hues of rose and lavender. Mist, like a forgotten dream, clung to the valleys, slowly receding as the sun, a shy golden orb, began its ascent. Dew-kissed leaves on ancient oak trees shimmered, catching the nascent light, each droplet a tiny prism reflecting the promise of a new day. The quiet gurgle of a nearby stream, fed by the melting snows of distant mountains, provided the only sound, a hushed lullaby to the sleeping earth. Wildflowers, their petals still furled from the cool night, exhaled a sweet, earthy perfume, mingling with the scent of damp soil and ancient pine. It was a land of profound peace, where the whispers of nature were the loudest voices, and time seemed to stretch out, languid and eternal. The air itself felt soft against the skin, carrying the subtle scent of damp earth and burgeoning life. Every rustle of leaves, every distant bird call, seemed to contribute to a symphony of quietude, inviting a deep sense of calm. In a small, humble dwelling nestled amongst these serene hills, where the morning light first touched the thatched roof, a different kind of awakening was taking place. Inside, the air was warm and still, filled with the quiet anticipation that precedes a miracle. Calliope, the muse of epic poetry, lay upon a simple bed of furs, her strength ebbing and flowing with the rhythm of creation. Her face, usually alight with the fire of inspiration, was now softened by effort, her brow furrowed with a gentle concentration. Her dark hair, usually meticulously braided, lay in soft disarray around her, framing a countenance of quiet determination. Beside her, Apollo, the radiant god of music, light, and healing, knelt, his divine presence a comforting warmth in the small room. His golden hair seemed to absorb the faint light filtering through the doorway, casting a soft glow around him. His eyes, usually piercing with divine insight, were now tender, fixed upon the woman he adored. The scent of fresh herbs, placed by the midwife to aid in the birthing, mingled subtly with the faint, metallic tang of effort, creating a unique atmosphere of anticipation and ancient ritual. A faint cry, no louder than the rustle of a butterfly's wings, broke the silence. It was a sound so pure, so utterly new, that it seemed to resonate not just within the room, but through the very fabric of the tranquil Thracian landscape outside. Calliope, with a soft sigh of relief and profound joy, reached out a trembling hand. And there, cradled in the arms of a midwife, was a tiny bundle, a life freshly breathed into the world. It was a boy, small and perfect, his skin as soft as the morning mist, his tiny fists already clenching and unclenching, as if grasping at the very air around him. His small chest rose and fell with a delicate rhythm, a testament to the fragile miracle of new life. Apollo leaned closer, his divine gaze sweeping over his newborn son. A smile, gentle and filled with an ancient tenderness, touched his lips. Orpheus, he murmured, the name a soft melody upon his tongue. He shall be called Orpheus. The sound of the name seemed to settle into the quiet air, a gentle blessing. Calliope, her voice a whisper, echoed the name. Orpheus, she repeated, her eyes, filled with a mother's boundless love, fixed upon her child. She reached out, her fingers brushing against his downy head. Even then, in that first moment of contact, she felt a subtle vibration, a faint hum beneath her fingertips, as if the very essence of music already resonated within him. It was not a sound that could be heard with mortal ears, but a feeling, a deep, innate connection to harmony that seemed to emanate from the tiny form. It was a silent melody, a promise of the extraordinary gift he carried. The midwife, a woman with kind eyes and hands, weathered by years of bringing new life into the world, gently placed the infant into Calliope's waiting arms. Orpheus, nestled against his mother's warmth, seemed to settle instantly. His tiny eyes, still unfocused, blinked slowly, as if adjusting to the light of this new world. And then a remarkable thing happened. A faint, almost imperceptible murmur, like the whisper of wind chimes in a distant breeze, seemed to emanate from the infant. It was not a cry of distress, nor a gurgle of contentment, but something else entirely. It was a nascent melody, a subtle vibration that seemed to fill the small room, weaving itself into the very air. Apollo watched, his divine senses acutely attuned to this phenomenon. He recognized it, this intrinsic resonance. It was the echo of the cosmos, the silent music of the spheres, manifesting itself in his son. From the moment of his birth, Orpheus was not merely a child, he was a vessel, a conduit for the ineffable language of sound. The god's heart swelled with a pride that was both paternal and divine. He knew with an ancient certainty that this child, born of a muse and a god in this serene corner of the mortal world, was destined for greatness. His life would be intertwined with music, not just as a skill, but as an inherent part of his very being. The air around them seemed to shimmer, charged with this quiet, profound energy. As the sun climbed higher, banishing the last vestiges of mist from the valleys, the small dwelling remained a haven of quietude. The sounds of the awakening world outside, the chirping of birds, the gentle lowing of cattle in the distance, seemed to harmonize with the silent melody that now permeated the room. Orpheus, nestled securely in his mother's embrace, seemed to breathe in the very essence of this peaceful Thracian dawn. His tiny chest rose and fell with a steady rhythm, a living testament to the gentle awakening of a divine talent. The air itself, once merely still, now felt subtly charged, alive with the promise of future harmonies. It was as if the universe itself had paused, holding its breath to witness the quiet arrival of its most gifted musician. The calm, dreamlike tone that had settled over the land at dawn seemed to deepen, embracing the newborn and his parents in a bubble of serene tranquility. This was not a birth marked by thunderous pronouncements or dramatic portents, but by a quiet, profound unveiling, a gentle unfolding of destiny in the heart of a peaceful world. The very stones of the house, the wooden beams, the soft furs, all seemed to absorb this nascent music, holding it close, a secret shared with the rising sun. And as Orpheus drifted into a peaceful slumber, a faint, almost imperceptible hum continued to resonate around him, the first whisper of the power that would one day move mountains and melt hearts. The scent of new life, mingled with the earthy aroma of the dwelling, filled the space, a quiet testament to the profound moment. The Thracian dawn, always a painter of soft hues across the rolling hills, seemed to hold its breath. It was as if the very light knew something profound had entered the world, something that hummed with the silent music of the spheres. Orpheus, nestled in Calliope's embrace, was that something. From his first breath, a melody, subtle yet undeniable, had woven itself into the fabric of their quiet home. It wasn't a sound that assaulted the ears, but rather a resonance that settled deep within the soul, a gentle hum that spoke of ancient harmonies and cosmic peace. Apollo, his divine father, had recognized it instantly, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he watched his son, a vessel of pure, unadulterated sound. The air around the infant seemed to shimmer, alive with an unseen vibration, a testament to the profound gift he carried. Days flowed into weeks, weeks into months, each one imbued with the same tranquil rhythm. Orpheus grew, not with the boisterous energy of other children, but with a serene grace, his eyes often distant, as if listening to a symphony only he could perceive. The very air around him seemed to shimmer, alive with a nascent melody that followed his every movement. The small dwelling in Thrace, nestled amongst the whispering trees, became a sanctuary, a place where the world outside seemed to quiet itself in deference to the gentle unfolding of a divine talent. The scent of pine and damp earth, ever present, seemed to deepen around him, as if the forest itself acknowledged his unique connection. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low, painting the western sky in shades of rose and gold, Apollo approached his son. He carried in his hands not a toy, nor a trinket, but something far more precious, something destined to become an extension of Orpheus's very being. It was a lyre, unlike any seen before. Its frame was crafted from the lustrous shell of a giant tortoise, smoothed to a silken sheen, its curves elegant and inviting. 7 strings, spun from the finest golden threads, gleamed softly, catching the fading light. They stretched tautly across the shell, anchored by pegs carved from polished amber, each one radiating a faint, warm glow. The entire instrument seemed to hum with an inner light, a gentle vibration that resonated even before it was touched. The shell felt cool and smooth beneath Apollo's divine fingers, a perfect vessel for the music it would soon produce. Apollo knelt before Orpheus, his movements deliberate, imbued with a reverence that transcended his divine status. He presented the lyre not with a flourish, but with a quiet tenderness, as if offering a fragile piece of the cosmos itself. "My son," Apollo said, his voice a melodic whisper that seemed to blend with the evening breeze. "This is for you. It is not merely an instrument, but a voice for the music that already lives within you." The words hung in the air, imbued with paternal love and ancient wisdom. Orpheus, his eyes wide with an innocent wonder, reached out. His small fingers, guided by an instinct far older than his years, brushed against the golden strings. The touch was tentative, almost imperceptible, yet from the lyre a sound emerged. It wasn't a loud chord, nor a crashing crescendo. Instead, it was a single, pure note, clear as a mountain spring, and infinitely calming. It hung in the air, vibrating softly, like a sigh of contentment. It was a sound that seemed to quiet the rustling leaves outside, to hush the distant calls of evening birds. The note resonated deep within the chest, a gentle vibration that soothed the very soul. A soft smile touched Orpheus's lips, a knowing recognition in his eyes. He didn't pluck the strings with force or intent, but rather caressed them, his touch incredibly light, almost a continuation of the nascent melodies that had always emanated from him. Each gentle brush brought forth another note, a soft, ethereal chime that wove itself into the quiet hum of the room. It was as if the lyre was not something separate, but an extension of his own spirit, responding to the silent music that flowed within him. The golden threads seemed to glow faintly under his touch, responding with an almost sentient warmth. Apollo watched, his heart swelling with a quiet pride. He knew, with an absolute certainty, that this was the beginning. The lyre in Orpheus's hands was more than wood and string. It was a conduit, a magical vessel that would channel the very soul of the cosmos. The subtle, calming sounds that now filled the air were just the first whispers of a symphony yet to be born, a melody that would one day soothe savage beasts, move mountains, and even charm the very gods themselves. The golden strings seemed to shimmer brighter, resonating with the gentle vibrations of Orpheus's touch. Each note a promise of the extraordinary music that lay dormant within him, waiting to be awakened. The Thracian air, already imbued with the tranquility of his birth, now pulsed with a new, harmonious energy, a testament to the quiet power of a divine gift and the gentle awakening of a truly extraordinary talent. The scent of the evening, cool and earthy, seemed to deepen, embracing this profound moment of connection. In the serene hills of Thrace, where the air itself seemed to hum with ancient whispers, Orpheus, still a child, began to discover the true voice of the lyre given to him by Apollo. It was not a forceful sound, but a gentle unfolding, like the first blush of dawn across the mountains. His fingers, small yet remarkably agile, would trace patterns across the golden strings, coaxing forth melodies that were less played and more breathed into existence. Each note was a soft ripple in the stillness, a tender caress to the very fabric of the world around him. The tortoise shell, smooth and cool against his skin, seemed to vibrate in harmony with his touch. He would sit often by the banks of the Strymon River, its waters, usually a boisterous rush, seeming to quiet in his presence. The sunlight, dappled through the leaves of ancient oaks, would paint shifting patterns on the forest floor, and within these tranquil moments, Orpheus would practice. There was no struggle, no harsh discord in his early attempts, only a natural communion between his spirit and the instrument. The lyre, crafted with such divine care, felt like an extension of his own nascent soul. The scent of damp earth and river water mingled with the faint, sweet aroma of the wood, creating a sensory tapestry of his practice. As his melodies began to take shape, something profound began to stir in the natural world. The trees, gnarled and silent sentinels for centuries, seemed to lean imperceptibly closer, their leaves rustling with a softer, more attentive murmur. The very air around him grew still, as if holding its breath, not in anticipation of something grand, but in quiet reverence for the delicate sounds emerging. Even the texture of the moss beneath his bare feet seemed to soften, responding to the pervasive calm. One afternoon, as a particularly sweet and flowing tune drifted from his lyre, a family of deer, usually skittish and quick to flee, ventured cautiously from the deep woods. They did not approach with fear, nor with bold curiosity, but with an almost dreamlike grace. Their large, dark eyes, usually alert for any sign of danger, were wide and placid, reflecting the peace that Orpheus's music wove around them. They grazed slowly, their movements softened, their spirits visibly calmed by the invisible currents of sound. Even the fawns, usually playful and restless, lay nestled close to their mothers, their small bodies relaxed, their ears twitching gently with each passing note. The scent of their wild fur, usually sharp, seemed to mellow in the tranquil air. The flowing rivers, which before Orpheus's music had rushed with an unceasing energy, now seemed to slow their pace, their murmuring currents becoming a soft, rhythmic accompaniment to his playing. The stones in their beds, usually jostled and tumbled, appeared to settle, their rough edges softened by the pervasive tranquility. It was as if the very water understood the language of his music, responding with a gentle ebb and flow that mirrored the ebb and flow of his melodies. The cool spray from the river, usually invigorating, now felt like a gentle caress. The wild creatures of Thrace, from the smallest field mouse to the majestic eagle soaring high above, were drawn into this unfolding harmony. Birds, their usual songs silenced by the sheer beauty of his playing, would perch on branches close by, their heads cocked, their bright eyes unblinking, absorbing every pure tone. A fox, usually sly and elusive, would emerge from its den, its brushed tail almost imperceptibly swaying to the rhythm, its keen senses momentarily disarmed by the pervasive peace. Even the insects, the buzzing bees and chirping crickets, seemed to temper their usual cacophony, their sounds becoming a soft, almost ethereal background hum, woven into the tapestry of Orpheus's music. The texture of the rough bark beneath the bird's claws, the soft fur of the fox, all seemed to relax under the influence of his melodies. His early musical practice was not a conscious effort to charm or to command, but an innate expression of his being. He played because the music was within him, a silent song that finally found its voice through the lyre. And as he played, his connection to the instrument deepened. It was no longer just a tortoise shell with strings, but a living conduit for the extraordinary harmony that was his birthright. He began to understand, instinctively, the subtle interplay between tension and release, between silence and sound. He learned to draw forth notes that resonated not just in the air, but within the very core of all living things. The smooth, cool feel of the lyre against his cheek, as he leaned into it, became a familiar comfort. His mastery was not one of flashy technique or powerful volume, but of an unparalleled gentleness. He could make the lyre sing with a purity that seemed to cleanse the air, to soothe jagged edges, and to mend unseen fractures in the world. The development of his unique talent was a slow, organic process, like the blooming of a rare flower. Each day, his understanding of the lyre's gentle power grew, and with it, the circle of nature's first audience expanded. The scent of wildflowers, crushed beneath the hooves of the deer, mingled with the clean, crisp air, adding to the sensory richness of the glade. The ancient Thracian trees, their roots plunged deep into the earth, felt the vibrations of his music traveling through the soil, a subtle tremor of peace that permeated their very being. Their branches, once rigid, seemed to sway with a newfound suppleness, their leaves shimmering in the sunlight as if dancing to an unheard rhythm. It was a silent conversation between the young musician and the ancient forest, a dialogue of pure harmony. The rough texture of their bark seemed to soften, their very essence imbued with the music's tranquility. Orpheus, still a child in years, possessed an old soul, one that understood the language of the wind, the whisper of the leaves, and the silent thoughts of the animals. His music was a reflection of this deep understanding, a bridge between the human and the natural world. He did not seek to dominate, but to harmonize, to bring balance and tranquility wherever his melodies reached. The cool, damp earth beneath him, the warmth of the sun on his skin, all contributed to his deep connection. The calming, harmonizing effect of his music on animals and plants was undeniable. A hawk circling high above would cease its hunting dive, instead gliding on the currents of air, its sharp cries softened to a gentle coo. Flowers, their petals usually closed against the midday sun, would seem to unfurl slightly more, their colors appearing richer, more vibrant, as if basking in the warmth of his melodies. Even the rough, unyielding stone, usually impervious to external influence, seemed to absorb the vibrations, its hard surface reflecting a subtle, almost imperceptible sheen of peace. The scent of pollen, released by the opening blossoms, drifted on the air. This was the beginning of Orpheus's journey, a quiet unfolding of destiny. Before his music, the world was beautiful, but with his lyre, it became imbued with a deeper, more profound sense of peace. He showed, not told, his growing mastery over the lyre's gentle power. It was evident in the way the wild creatures would gather, unafraid, their natural instincts momentarily suspended. It was clear in the way the rivers flowed with a softer murmur, and the trees stood taller, their leaves whispering a silent gratitude. The very air felt lighter, imbued with a subtle, sweet fragrance. His melodies, pure and clear, were not yet known beyond the tranquil hills of Thrace, but even here, in this quiet corner of the world, they were beginning to ascend, reaching out, subtly, imperceptibly, towards a higher realm. They were the first, tender notes of a song that would one day touch the very heart of Olympus, a song that would, in time, even charm the gods themselves. This gentle awakening of a divine talent, this serene origin of music's power, was a quiet miracle, witnessed by the silent trees, the flowing rivers, and the wild creatures of Thrace, nature's first, most attentive audience. The sun, a warm presence on his skin, seemed to bless his every note. The gentle hum that had always surrounded Orpheus, a subtle vibration woven into the very fabric of his being, began to subtly shift. It was no longer merely a personal aura, a quiet blessing upon the Thracian earth, but something more. As his fingers danced across the lyre, coaxing forth melodies that spoke of sun-drenched meadows and the whisper of ancient rivers, these notes, pure and clear, began a slow, deliberate ascent. They did not rush or clamor, but rather, like tendrils of fragrant mist, they drifted upwards, winding through the valleys and over the highest peaks of Thrace. The air around him seemed to shimmer, alive with the very essence of his rising music. This was not a sound that demanded attention, but one that invited it. It was a melody that unfolded gradually, a quiet offering to the vast, open sky. Higher and higher it climbed, past the soaring eagles and the wisps of clouds, until it reached the very ether that cradled Olympus. The gods, in their eternal, often tumultuous realm, were accustomed to the grand pronouncements of thunder, the clash of divine will, and the boisterous laughter of their feasts. Yet into this vibrant cacophony, a new, unheard of sound began to weave itself. It was a sound that felt like a gentle breeze on a warm day, a subtle caress to the divine senses. It was faint at first, a mere suggestion of harmony, like the distant echo of a forgotten dream. But it persisted, growing in clarity, yet never in volume. It was the sound of peace, distilled into pure vibration. Zeus, often embroiled in the affairs of mortals and immortals alike, felt a curious stillness descend upon him. He paused, his mighty hand hovering over a lightning bolt he had been contemplating unleashing upon some unruly demigod. A frown, usually etched deep into his brow, softened almost imperceptibly. The very air around his throne seemed to grow calm, the usual crackle of divine energy subsiding. Hera, ever watchful, ever vigilant, found her usual keen-edged thoughts momentarily blunted by an unfamiliar tranquility. She looked up, her gaze not of suspicion, but of quiet contemplation. What was this gentle current that flowed through the very air of Olympus, calming the usual restless energy of the divine abode? The intricate patterns of her gown seemed to settle, her usually sharp features softening. Apollo, who had always known the true depth of Orpheus' gift, smiled inwardly. He had nurtured this nascent talent, had placed the lyre in those tender hands, and now the fruit of that gentle guidance was blossoming for all to hear. He felt a quiet pride, a satisfaction that surpassed even the triumph of his own glorious music. This was different. This was a melody born of pure soul, untainted by ambition or rivalry. The golden light that always surrounded him seemed to brighten, reflecting his inner contentment. The other gods, one by one, began to notice. Ares, the god of war, felt the restless urge for conflict subside, replaced by a strange, almost unsettling calm. His armor, usually clanking with his every movement, seemed to quiet, his grip on his spear loosening. Hephaestus, at his forge, found his hammering grow softer, more rhythmic, as if in unconscious deference to the unseen melody. The sparks from his anvil seemed to dance with a newfound grace. Even Dionysus, usually reveling in boisterous celebration, found himself pouring a libation with unusual grace, his boisterous laughter replaced by a soft, contented sigh. The scent of wine, usually heady, seemed to mellow in the air. This was the universal appeal of Orpheus' music. It did not speak of grand narratives or heroic deeds, but of the quiet beauty of existence itself. It resonated with the deepest part of every being, divine or mortal, stirring a primal sense of peace and belonging. It was the sound of the earth breathing, the stars twinkling, the quiet unfolding of a blossom in the morning light. It reminded them of the inherent harmony that lay beneath the surface of all creation, a harmony often forgotten in the grand drama of their immortal lives. The very marble of Olympus seemed to hum with this profound, unifying resonance. The subtle way his music reached Olympus was not through force or volume, but through its very essence. It was a vibration of such purity that it transcended the physical, touching the very spirit. It bypassed the ears and went straight to the heart, calming the tempestuous divine emotions, soothing the ancient rivalries, and for a rare, precious moment, bringing a profound quietude to their often tumultuous realm. The air felt lighter, imbued with a subtle, sweet fragrance, as if the music itself had a scent. The gods' reactions were not of awe or thunderous applause, but of a gentle, appreciative recognition. There was no need for words, for the music spoke a language beyond mortal comprehension, a language of pure feeling. Zeus simply closed his eyes for a moment, a rare smile gracing his lips. Hera leaned back on her throne, a faint, almost imperceptible sigh escaping her. It was a moment of collective introspection, a shared breath of tranquility that had been absent from Olympus for eons. The very fabric of their divine robes seemed to settle, their expressions softened by an unaccustomed peace. This burgeoning reputation of Orpheus was not built on tales of valor or displays of power, but on the undeniable, profound effect of his art. Mortals whispered of the Thracian who could charm wild beasts and make rivers pause. The nymphs and dryads spoke of the melodies that made the very trees dance with joy. And now, the echoes of his lyre reached the highest heavens, earning him the silent, yet profound, respect of the Olympians themselves. The very air of Thrace seemed to carry his growing legend, a gentle whisper across the lands. His music, therefore, was not merely entertainment. It was a force of nature, a balm for the soul. It reinforced the idea that true power lay not in might, but in harmony. It was a reminder that even the most chaotic forces could be stilled by the gentle hand of beauty and the pure heart of a musician. And as the soft, ethereal notes continued to drift through the divine halls, a sense of order, a quiet peace, settled over Olympus, a testament to the growing legend of Orpheus, the son of Calliope, whose melodies could tame even the gods themselves. The golden light of Olympus seemed to glow with a softer, more benevolent hue. The sun, a benevolent eye in the sky, dappled the forest floor with shifting patterns of light and shadow, painting the ancient trees in hues of emerald and gold. This was a corner of Thrace where the air itself seemed to hum with a quiet energy, a place where the rustle of leaves and the murmur of a distant stream wove a natural symphony. It was here, in this haven of tranquility, that Orpheus often sought solace, his lyre a natural extension of his spirit. The scent of damp earth and pine needles filled the air, a comforting embrace. His fingers, with a touch born of instinct and an old soul, would coax melodies from the strings, notes that were not merely sounds, but extensions of the forest's own breath. The music was never loud or demanding, but rather a gentle current, a whisper that invited, rather than compelled, attention. It spoke of the earth's deep roots, the sky's vast expanse, and the quiet joy of simply being. The smooth, cool feel of the lyre's shell against his arm was a familiar comfort. One afternoon, as Orpheus sat beneath a gnarled oak, its branches reaching like ancient arms towards the heavens, a new presence began to weave itself into the fabric of the forest's peace. It was not a sudden arrival, no crashing of branches or startled flight of birds, but a gradual unfolding, like a blossom opening to the sun. The air around him seemed to subtly shift, growing softer, imbued with a new, delicate fragrance. Eurydice emerged from the deeper woods, her steps as light and noiseless as falling leaves. She was a dryad, a spirit of the trees, her very being intertwined with the life force of the forest. Her hair, the color of rich earth, was adorned with delicate wildflowers and intertwined with slender vines, framing a face of serene beauty. Her eyes, the shade of moss-covered stones in a clear stream, held an ancient wisdom and a gentle curiosity. She moved with an inherent grace, her form seemingly molded by the gentle sway of the trees, her presence a soft echo of the forest's own quiet majesty. A simple tunic of woven leaves and soft moss draped her slender frame, hinting at the natural world from which she sprang. The scent of damp earth and fresh leaves clung to her, a natural perfume. She had heard the music before, a faint, ethereal thread woven into the forest's usual chorus. It was unlike any sound she had ever known, not the wind's song through the pines, nor the river's ceaseless murmur, nor the chirping of crickets. It was something more, something that resonated with the very core of her being, a melody that felt like a forgotten memory, now gently stirring to life. Each note was a soft touch to her spirit, a subtle invitation. Today, however, the music was closer, clearer, drawing her with an irresistible, yet utterly gentle pull. It was a melody that spoke of peace, of a profound understanding, and of a quiet longing she hadn't known she possessed until now. She did not rush, did not stride with purpose, but rather drifted, allowing the music to guide her, like a leaf carried on a gentle breeze. The soft moss under her bare feet felt cool and yielding, guiding her path. Orpheus, absorbed in the creation of his melody, did not immediately perceive her presence with his eyes, but his spirit, attuned to the subtle shifts in the natural world around him, sensed a new harmony entering the glade. The air around him seemed to soften, the light to deepen, as if the forest itself was holding its breath in gentle anticipation. A faint, sweet scent, like that of damp earth and wildflowers, subtly entered his awareness. Eurydice paused at the edge of the sunlit clearing, partially veiled by the hanging tendrils of a weeping willow. She watched him, her gaze unwavering, filled with a quiet wonder. His head was bowed slightly over the lyre, his brow furrowed not with effort, but with a deep concentration that bordered on reverence. The notes he drew forth seemed to flow effortlessly, each one a pearl of sound, strung together on an invisible thread of emotion. The golden strings of the lyre shimmered under his touch, reflecting the dappled light. She noticed the way the small forest creatures, usually skittish and wary, were gathered near him, unafraid. A tiny field mouse sat on a mossy stone, its whiskers twitching in time with the music. A robin, usually flitting from branch to branch, perched motionless on a low bough, its head cocked, listening intently. Even the ancient oak above him seemed to lean in, its leaves rustling with a gentle, appreciative sigh. The air around them felt thick with shared tranquility. It was then that Orpheus slowly lifted his head, his fingers still dancing across the strings, allowing the melody to gently fade into the surrounding quiet. His eyes, the color of the deep, still forest pools, met hers across the sun-dappled space. There was no surprise in his gaze, no sudden startle, but rather a quiet recognition, as if he had been expecting her all along, as if her presence was simply the completion of the melody he had been playing. The silence that followed his music was not empty, but rich with unspoken understanding. A soft, knowing smile touched his lips, a smile that held no artifice, only genuine warmth and a profound sense of peace. He did not speak, did not make any sudden movement that might break the delicate spell. Instead, he simply continued to hold her gaze, his eyes reflecting the serene beauty of the glade and the quiet understanding that had blossomed between them in that instant. The warmth of his smile seemed to reach her, a gentle invitation. Eurydice, in turn, offered a small, hesitant smile, her eyes mirroring the peace in his. She felt no fear, no shyness, only a profound sense of rightness, as if she had finally found a missing piece of herself, a resonance she had unknowingly yearned for. The air between them hummed with an unspoken connection, a silent conversation of kindred spirits. The scent of the wildflowers in her hair seemed to deepen, releasing their fragrance into the tranquil air. Slowly, gracefully, she stepped fully into the clearing, her movements fluid and unhurried. The sunlight seemed to embrace her, highlighting the delicate veins in the leaves that adorned her hair. She approached him not with a direct path, but with a gentle curve, as if tracing the arc of a soft melody. The moss beneath her feet felt cool and yielding, a comforting texture. Orpheus, still holding her gaze, gently placed his lyre beside him on the mossy ground. The last echoes of his music seemed to linger in the air, a soft, invisible embrace. He gestured with an open hand towards the space beside him on the moss, an unspoken invitation. The warmth of the sun on his outstretched hand was a gentle reassurance. Eurydice understood. She sat down, her movements as natural and unforced as the settling of a butterfly on a flower. There was no need for words, no clumsy introductions or forced pleasantries. The connection between them was too deep, too immediate for such trivialities. It was a recognition of souls, a gentle intertwining of essences. The soft texture of the moss beneath her the gentle warmth of the sun, all contributed to the profound sense of rightness. The silence that settled between them was not empty, but rich and full, brimming with unspoken understanding. It was a silence filled with the rustle of leaves, the distant murmur of the stream, and the quiet beating of two hearts that had found their rhythm in each other's presence. The air felt thick with shared emotion, a palpable sense of connection. Orpheus then, with a slow, deliberate movement, reached for his lyre once more. His fingers, now imbued with a new inspiration, brushed lightly over the strings. This time, the melody that emerged was different. It was still gentle, still profound, but it held a new tenderness, a soft, lyrical quality that spoke of blossoming affection and the quiet joy of shared tranquility. The notes seemed to shimmer with a newfound warmth. He played for her, his eyes occasionally lifting to meet hers, a silent dialogue unfolding between them through the language of music. The notes flowed like a gentle stream, weaving a tapestry of sound that enveloped them both, creating a private world within the larger embrace of the forest. The music spoke of the quiet beauty of the glade, the ancient wisdom of the trees, and the nascent warmth that was now growing between their hearts. The scent of pine and damp earth seemed to deepen, embracing the new melody. Eurydice listened, her eyes closed for a moment, absorbing every note, every vibration. She felt the music not just in her ears, but in every fiber of her being, a soothing balm that resonated with her very essence as a dryad. It was as if Orpheus' music was the song of her own soul, given voice. The gentle vibrations seemed to hum within her very bones. When she opened her eyes again, a profound sense of peace radiated from her. She saw not just a musician, but a soul as deeply connected to the natural world as she was, a spirit capable of expressing its deepest truths through the most delicate of sounds. The sunlight seemed to fall upon her with a new reverence, highlighting the serenity in her expression. She reached out a hand, not to touch him, but to gently trace the patterns of moss on the stone beside them, a gesture of quiet contemplation. Orpheus, understanding her silent appreciation, continued to play, his melodies weaving around her, comforting her, and drawing her ever closer into the quiet sanctuary of his music. The rough texture of the moss, the cool feel of the stone, grounded her in the present moment. The afternoon wore on, the sun slowly descending, casting longer shadows across the glade. Yet neither of them moved. They remained in their peaceful tableau, two kindred spirits, drawn together by the quiet beauty of the forest and the soft, irresistible strains of a lyre. Their first meeting was not a dramatic encounter, but a gentle recognition, a quiet unfolding of destinies, a silent promise whispered on the breeze. It was a beginning born not of grand pronouncements, but of shared tranquility and the pure, unspoken language of music. The cool, damp earth beneath them, the warmth of the sun on their skin, all contributed to their deep connection. The forest, a silent witness, seemed to hold its breath, sensing the profound and beautiful harmony that had just begun to resonate within its depths. The air grew cooler, carrying the faint scent of evening dew. The days that followed their first meeting wove themselves into a tapestry of quiet understanding, each thread imbued with the gentle hum of Orpheus's lyre. Their love, born amidst the rustling leaves and sun-dappled clearings, deepened with every shared breath, every unspoken glance. It was a love that didn't demand grand gestures or boisterous declarations, but rather unfolded like a delicate bloom, petal by soft petal, in the sheltered embrace of the Thracian valleys. The air around them seemed to shimmer with a palpable sense of contentment. They spent their mornings walking, their footsteps barely disturbing the dew-kissed grass of the meadows. Orpheus would often pause, his hand reaching for Eurydice's, their fingers intertwining as they watched a dragonfly dart across a sunbeam, or listened to the distant call of a cuckoo. There was a profound peace in these moments, a quiet symphony of nature that resonated with the burgeoning harmony within their hearts. Eurydice, accustomed to the silent communion of the forest, found a new kind of quietude in Orpheus's presence, one filled with the promise of shared discovery. His quiet strength was a grounding force, and her gentle spirit brought a lightness to his soul that he hadn't known was missing. The cool, damp feel of the morning grass beneath their feet, the fresh scent of dew on the leaves, heightened their connection to the earth. Sometimes they would find a secluded spot by a meandering stream, its waters murmuring ancient secrets over smooth, worn stones. Orpheus would settle himself, his back against a sturdy oak, and Eurydice would recline beside him, her head resting near his shoulder. He would then take up his lyre, its polished wood gleaming softly in the filtered light. His fingers, deft and knowing, would dance across the strings, coaxing forth melodies that were not merely beautiful sounds, but reflections of their shared world. The gentle vibrations of the lyre seemed to hum through Eurydice's body, a comforting presence. The music he played was no longer solely of the forest's ancient wisdom, or the yearning of a solitary soul. Now it sang of the warmth of Eurydice's hand in his, the soft brush of her hair against his cheek, the quiet joy of her laughter carried on the breeze. It spoke of sunlit glades where they had shared sweet berries, of cool, shaded paths where they had walked in comfortable silence, their shadows stretching long before them. The notes were gentle, flowing like the very stream beside them, imbued with a tenderness that spoke volumes without a single word being uttered. The scent of the wild berries, sweet and fresh, lingered in the air as he played. Eurydice would close her eyes, letting the music wash over her, feeling its vibrations deep within her being. She understood the language of his lyre, not through intellect, but through a profound empathy that transcended words. Each rising crescendo, each lingering soft chord, was a whisper of his devotion, a testament to the quiet, unwavering affection that blossomed between them. She could hear the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, the soft murmur of the stream, the distant call of a bird, all woven into the intricate tapestry of his melodies. But now, overlaid with the unmistakable current of their shared love, the cool, smooth feel of the stones beneath her fingers, as she traced their patterns added to her sensory immersion. One afternoon, as Orpheus played, a deer, usually skittish and elusive, wandered into the clearing, its large, dark eyes fixed on him. It stood for a long moment, unmoving, its ears twitching slightly as it absorbed the peaceful vibrations of the music. Eurydice smiled, a soft, private smile that Orpheus felt rather than saw. His music had always held a power over nature, but now, infused with the purity of his love for her, it seemed to resonate even more deeply, drawing all living things into its gentle embrace. The scent of the deer's wild fur, usually a warning, now seemed to blend harmoniously with the forest air. Their shared activities were simple, yet profound. They would gather wildflowers, their vibrant colors a fleeting joy against the green canvas of the forest. Eurydice would often weave them into garlands, sometimes placing one gently upon Orpheus's head, a playful gesture that would bring a rare, warm smile to his lips. He, in turn, would compose a short, spontaneous tune on his lyre, a musical ode to the fleeting beauty of the blossoms and the enduring beauty of her spirit. The delicate texture of the petals, the sweet fragrance of the blooms, added to the simple pleasures of their days. They cooked simple meals over small, crackling fires, sharing stories whispered under the vast, star-strewn Thracian sky. Orpheus would speak of the songs he had heard from the wind, the wisdom gleaned from the ancient stones of the mountains, and the tales of the gods that his mother, Calliope, had shared with him. Eurydice, in turn, would tell him of the secret paths of the forest, the hidden springs, and the subtle changes in the seasons that only a dryad, so intrinsically linked to the trees, could perceive. Their conversations were never boisterous or argumentative, but rather a gentle exchange, each voice a soft counterpoint to the other, weaving a richer understanding between them. The warmth of the fire on their faces, the earthy scent of wood smoke, deepened the sense of intimacy. The quiet understanding between them grew with each passing day. There were moments when Orpheus would simply stop playing, his gaze resting on Eurydice, a silent question in his eyes. She would meet his gaze, a soft, knowing smile playing on her lips, and in that shared silence, more was communicated than any words could convey. It was a recognition of souls, a deep affirmation of their connection. The air around them seemed to hum with this unspoken communication. His music began to change subtly, reflecting this profound shift in his life. While it still held the echoes of the wild, untamed beauty of Thrace, it now carried a new undercurrent of warmth, a lyrical sweetness that spoke of companionship and shared dreams. The melodies were less melancholic, more hopeful, imbued with the quiet joy of finding a kindred spirit. When he played, the forest seemed to hold its breath, listening, as if even the ancient trees recognized the blossoming of a love so pure and true. The very leaves seemed to rustle with a softer, more contented sound. Sometimes Orpheus would teach Eurydice simple melodies on his lyre. Her fingers, though not accustomed to the strings, moved with a natural grace, guided by his patient instruction. Her attempts, though hesitant at first, were filled with a charming earnestness, and Orpheus would often chuckle softly, a sound that brought a blush to her cheeks, but also a sparkle to her eyes. These shared musical moments were not about technical prowess, but about the joy of creation, of making something beautiful together, a small, shared harmony in their unfolding lives. The smooth, cool feel of the strings beneath her tentative fingers was a new sensation. Their love was not a tempestuous storm, but a calm, deep river flowing steadily, enriching the landscape it traversed. It was found in the gentle touch of hands, the shared laughter over a simple joke, the comfortable silence that settled between them as they watched the sun set, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. It was in the way Orpheus would instinctively reach for his lyre when Eurydice seemed lost in thought, playing a soft, comforting tune that spoke directly to her heart. And it was in the way Eurydice would often find a small, perfect stone or a particularly vibrant feather, and place it gently by his side as he played, a silent offering of her affection. The cool, smooth texture of the stone, the soft, delicate feel of the feather, were small tokens of their quiet devotion. The forest, their silent witness, seemed to resonate with their contentment. The birds sang a little more sweetly, the flowers bloomed a little more brightly, and the very air seemed to hum with a gentle, benevolent energy. Even the ancient gods on Olympus, if they had bothered to cast their gaze upon this secluded corner of Thrace, might have paused to appreciate the rare and exquisite harmony that had taken root between Orpheus and Eurydice. It was a love that honored the natural world, a love that was as organic and pure as the forest itself. The scent of blooming flowers, the earthy aroma of the forest floor, all contributed to the pervasive sense of peace. As the days turned into weeks, their bond became an unbreakable thread, woven into the very fabric of their existence. Orpheus, who had once found solace primarily in his music, now found an even deeper solace in Eurydice's presence. She was his muse, his confidant, the quiet echo to his melodies. And Eurydice, who had lived a life intertwined with the solitude of the trees, discovered a new dimension of connection, a profound sense of belonging with Orpheus that transcended her previous understanding of existence. The warmth of her hand in his, the soft brush of her hair against his cheek, were constant reassurances of their bond. Their shared activities, whether it was walking through the sun-drenched meadows, resting by the murmuring streams, or simply sitting in quiet contemplation, became sacred rituals. Each moment was imbued with a gentle significance, a deepening of the unspoken vows they made to each other with every shared breath. Orpheus' music, once a reflection of his own soul, now became a duet, an intricate blend of his spirit and hers, echoing the tranquil love that blossomed so beautifully between them in the heart of Thrace. The scent of the forest, ever present, seemed to deepen with their shared contentment. The air, usually alive with the buzzing industry of forest creatures, held a hushed reverence. It was not the silence of absence, but of anticipation, a gentle breath held collectively by the ancient trees themselves. Beneath the dappled light filtering through the canopy, a small gathering had assembled. There was no grand temple, no ornate altar, only the natural cathedral of the Thracian forest, its venerable boughs serving as a sacred archway. The ground was soft with centuries of fallen leaves, a plush carpet for the momentous occasion. Sunlight, fractured into golden shards, danced on the emerald moss and highlighted the delicate veins of wildflowers that dotted the forest floor. A gentle breeze, almost imperceptible, stirred the leaves overhead, creating a soft, whispering chorus that seemed to bless the union about to unfold. The scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, mingled with the fresh aroma of pine, created a rich, earthy perfume. This was not a celebration of boisterous revelry or drunken feasting. There were no shouts of joy, no clinking of goblets. Instead, a profound quietude enveloped the space, punctuated only by the distant murmur of a stream and the occasional soft coo of a dove. The few guests, mostly dryads and nymphs from Eurydice's kin, along with a handful of Orpheus' closest companions, stood in a loose circle, their expressions reflecting a deep, abiding peace. Their smiles were soft, their gazes tender, each one a silent witness to the profound harmony that had blossomed between Orpheus and Eurydice. They wore simple garlands of forest blooms in their hair, their attire reflecting the natural beauty surrounding them. There was no pretense, no extravagance, only genuine affection and shared contentment. The cool, soft touch of the moss beneath their feet was a grounding presence. Eurydice stood beside Orpheus, her hand resting lightly in his. She wore a gown woven from the softest linen, dyed with the muted greens and browns of the forest, adorned with a delicate embroidery of ivy and fern. Her hair, unbound, cascaded around her shoulders, interwoven with tiny white blossoms that seemed to glow in the filtered light. Her eyes, usually holding the wild, untamed spirit of the woods, were now soft with a tender vulnerability, fixed upon Orpheus. A faint blush touched her cheeks, a testament to the quiet joy that radiated from her. She was the embodiment of natural grace, a living testament to the beauty of the Thracian wilderness. The delicate scent of the blossoms in her hair mingled with the earthy aroma of her gown. Orpheus, too, was simply adorned. A tunic of undyed wool, cinched at the waist, was his only embellishment. His lyre, however, was not merely an instrument, but an extension of his very being, resting comfortably in his arms. Its polished wood gleamed softly, reflecting the muted light. He looked at Eurydice, his gaze mirroring her tenderness, a silent promise exchanged between their souls. The usual intensity in his eyes, often alight with the fire of inspiration, was softened by an overwhelming sense of peace. He had found his anchor, his muse, his quiet harbor in her. The smooth, cool feel of the lyre against his fingers was a familiar comfort. The ceremony itself was brief, a simple exchange of vows whispered like secrets to the rustling leaves. There was no priest, no elaborate ritual, only the solemn agreement of two hearts entwined, witnessed by the ancient spirits of the forest. They spoke of love as a gentle stream, flowing ever onward, of commitment as the sturdy roots of an oak, anchoring them through all seasons. Their promises were not grand pronouncements, but quiet affirmations of shared understanding, mutual respect, and an unwavering devotion that had grown organically. Like the wildflowers around them, the scent of pine and damp earth seemed to deepen, embracing their quiet vows. As their vows concluded, a palpable shift occurred in the atmosphere. It was as if the very air thickened with anticipation, not of something loud or dramatic, but of a profound and beautiful silence about to be broken by something even more profound. Orpheus raised his lyre, his fingers poised over the strings. A collective sigh, almost inaudible, rippled through the small gathering. This was the moment they had all awaited, the true heart of the celebration. The air felt charged with a gentle, expectant energy. He began to play, and the first notes were like the gentle unfolding of a dawn blossom, soft and tentative, yet brimming with the promise of light. It was a wedding hymn, yes, but unlike any ever heard before. It wasn't a triumphant fanfare or a joyous jig, but a melody of pure, unadulterated serenity. The music flowed from his lyre like a clear mountain spring, cool and refreshing, washing over every living thing in the glade. The notes seemed to shimmer in the air, a visible manifestation of their purity. The sound was not merely heard, but felt. It resonated in the very core of one's being, a vibrational balm that soothed every frayed nerve, every anxious thought. Each note was perfectly placed, a pearl on a silken thread, strung together to form a tapestry of bliss. It was a melody that spoke of quiet contentment, of the deep peace found in shared moments, of the unspoken understanding that binds two souls. There was no discord, no harshness, only an exquisite harmony that seemed to weave the very light and air into its intricate patterns. The gentle vibrations seemed to hum through the very ground beneath their feet. The birds in the trees, usually chirping their own songs, fell silent, listening intently. Even the insects seemed to pause their ceaseless hum, caught in the spell. The leaves on the trees, which had been gently caught in the spell. The leaves on the trees, which had been gently rustling, stilled, as if holding their breath to fully absorb the ethereal sound. It was as if the entire forest held its breath, captivated by the pure, unifying power of Orpheus music. The air grew still, heavy with the beauty of the moment. The melody swelled, not in volume, but in richness, adding layers of subtle emotion. It spoke of the quiet mornings spent together, watching the mist rise from the forest floor. It evoked the warmth of shared laughter under the vast, star-strewn sky. It painted pictures of their intertwined hands, walking through sun-dappled meadows, their steps synchronized, their hearts beating as one. It was a musical narrative of their love story, told not in words, but in the universal language of pure sound. The scent of morning dew, the warmth of the sun, the cool feel of intertwined fingers, all seemed to be woven into the music. Eurydice closed her eyes, a beatific smile gracing her lips. She swayed almost imperceptibly, her body responding to the rhythm that pulsed through the air, a rhythm that was now irrevocably linked to her own heart. She felt the music not just in her ears, but in her very soul, a gentle current carrying her on a wave of pure joy. It was a feeling of being utterly, completely seen and understood, of having her deepest essence reflected back to her in the most beautiful of forms. The gentle vibrations seemed to hum within her very bones, a profound resonance. Orpheus' fingers danced across the strings with an effortless grace, each movement precise. Imbued with a love so profound it transcended the physical, his eyes, though focused on his instrument, held a deep, unwavering tenderness as he occasionally glanced at Eurydice, pouring his entire being into the music he crafted for her, for them. He was not merely playing notes, he was weaving their future, thread by harmonious thread, into the fabric of existence. The smooth, cool feel of the lyre's shell against his cheek was a constant reminder of his devotion. The music was a living thing, flowing around them, embracing them, and then extending outwards, touching everyone present. It was a shared experience, a collective immersion in a state of profound peace. The guests stood transfixed, some with tears glistening in their eyes, not of sorrow, but of an overwhelming sense of beauty and belonging. They felt themselves part of something ancient and sacred, a timeless union blessed by the very essence of nature. The air felt thick with shared emotion, a palpable sense of unity. The notes seemed to shimmer in the air, creating a visible aura of tranquility. It was as if the music itself was a tangible presence, a warm, comforting embrace. The usual boundaries between individuals seemed to dissolve, replaced by a sense of interconnectedness, a shared vibration of joy and serenity. This was the true magic of Orpheus' gift, not just to entertain, but to unify, to elevate, to transform. The scent of pine and damp earth seemed to deepen, embracing this profound harmony. The hymn continued, a testament to the enduring power of gentle affection. It was a melody that promised not just happiness, but a deep, abiding contentment, a quiet strength that would weather any storm. It spoke of roots intertwined, of branches reaching for the same sun, of two separate beings becoming one, yet retaining their individual beauty. It was the sound of forever, distilled into pure, harmonious tones. The very light seemed to glow with a softer, more benevolent hue. As the final notes faded, a profound silence descended once more, but it was a different silence than before. It was not empty, but filled with the lingering resonance of the music, a sacred echo that continued to vibrate in the hearts and minds of all who had heard it. The air felt lighter, purer, imbued with an almost palpable sense of blessing. The scent of the forest, now more subtle, seemed to carry the lingering melody. Eurydice opened her eyes and looked at Orpheus. There were no words needed. Her gaze spoke volumes, a silent declaration of love, gratitude, and an unshakable bond. Orpheus smiled, a rare, unguarded smile that lit up his entire face, reflecting the profound joy he felt. He had given her not just a song, but a piece of his soul, a promise etched in the very fabric of sound. The warmth of his smile seemed to radiate outwards, embracing her. The guests, slowly emerging from their trance-like state, began to stir. There were no loud congratulations, no boisterous cheers. Instead, they approached the newly wedded couple with quiet reverence, offering gentle nods, soft embraces, and whispered blessings. Each gesture was imbued with the same serene spirit that Orpheus' music had evoked. The touch of their hands, the soft rustle of their garments, were gentle affirmations. A nymph, her eyes still misty, approached Eurydice and gently placed a small, intricately woven basket at her feet. It contained wild berries and sweet-smelling herbs, a simple, heartfelt offering from the forest itself. Another, a dryad with bark-like skin, offered Orpheus a smooth, polished river stone, a token of enduring strength and peace. These were gifts, not of material value, but of symbolic meaning, reflecting the deep connection of the givers to the natural world and to the couple's harmonious union. The cool, smooth feel of the stone, the delicate fragrance of the herbs, were tangible expressions of their blessings. The celebration continued in this quiet, unassuming manner. There was no elaborate feast, but simple fare shared amongst them, freshly picked fruits, crusty bread, and clear spring water. Conversations were hushed, interspersed with comfortable silences, each person basking in the gentle afterglow of the music and the profound beauty of the union they had witnessed. Laughter, when it came, was soft and melodious, like the tinkling of wind chimes. The taste of the sweet berries, the crispness of the bread, were simple, profound joys. Orpheus and Eurydice sat together, their shoulders almost touching, their hands clasped loosely. They spoke in low tones, sharing private smiles, their contentment radiating outwards like warmth from a gentle fire. The forest, their ancient witness, seemed to hum with approval, its leaves rustling in a soft, contented sigh. The sun, now lower in the sky, cast long golden shadows, painting the glade in hues of amber and rose. The warmth of their clasped hands was a comforting presence. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky with streaks of lavender and deep blue, the guests began to depart, melting back into the shadows of the trees as silently as they had arrived. Each carried with them a piece of the day's tranquility, a melody of peace etched into their memories. The air grew cooler, and the first stars began to twinkle through the fading light. The scent of evening dew began to rise from the earth. Finally, only Orpheus and Eurydice remained, bathed in the soft, ethereal glow of the rising moon. The forest was now their sanctuary, their home, their witness. Orpheus strummed a few soft chords on his lyre, a quiet lullaby for the approaching night, a continuation of the wedding hymn, now a private symphony for their ears alone. Eurydice leaned her head on his shoulder, her eyes fixed on the moon, a silent testament to the love that had found its home in the heart of the Thracian woods. Their union was not proclaimed with thunderous applause, but with the quiet, enduring harmony of two souls intertwined, a melody of love that would resonate through the forest for all time. The gentle vibrations of the lyre hummed through his body, a comforting presence for Eurydice. Days softened into nights, and nights yielded to days, each cycle blending seamlessly into the next, much like the gentle intertwining of their lives. Orpheus and Eurydice, bound by a love as deep and quiet as the forest itself, had settled into a rhythm of profound contentment. Their home, a humble dwelling crafted from the very heart of nature, nestled amongst ancient trees and beside a murmuring stream, was not merely a structure of wood and stone. It was a sanctuary, a living testament to the enduring peace they had found together. The scent of wood smoke from their hearth, mingled with the fresh aroma of pine, created a comforting atmosphere. The air within their haven was perpetually imbued with the softest sounds. The rustle of leaves, stirred by the gentlest of breezes, whispered secrets through open windows, a constant lullaby, and always, weaving through this natural symphony, was the voice of Orpheus's lyre. It was no longer an instrument played to captivate audiences or to tame wild beasts, though it still possessed that power. Instead, it was an extension of his very being, a melodic breath that filled their shared space with tenderness and joy. The smooth, cool feel of the lyre's shell was a constant, comforting presence. Eurydice, with her quiet grace, often sat near him as he played, her presence a silent encouragement, her gaze reflecting the deep tranquility his music evoked. Sometimes she would hum along, a soft, ethereal counterpoint to his intricate melodies. There were no grand performances, no clamoring crowds, only the intimate exchange of notes between two souls perfectly attuned. The lyre, crafted from the finest wood and strung with the most resonant of materials, seemed to sing with a new, profound happiness, its tones richer, its harmonies more intricate, as if it too rejoiced in their union. The gentle vibrations of the music seemed to hum through the very air, a palpable sense of peace. Their days unfolded with an unhurried grace. Mornings began with the first blush of dawn, painting the eastern sky, filtering through the leafy canopy above their home. They would share simple meals, often gathered from the bounty of the forest floor sweet berries, wild honey, and clear spring water. Conversations were not always necessary. Sometimes the most profound understanding passed between them in shared silences, in the gentle touch of hands, or in the soft, knowing smiles that lit their faces. The taste of sweet berries, the cool freshness of spring water, were simple, profound joys. Orpheus still walked through the forest, not in search of inspiration, for it now flowed ceaselessly from Eurydice's presence, but simply to be within its embrace, to feel the cool moss beneath his feet and the dappled sunlight on his skin. Eurydice, a true child of the woods, would often accompany him, her steps as light and silent as a falling leaf. They would discover hidden glades where wildflowers bloomed in riotous colors, and secret pools where the water was so clear it reflected the sky like a perfect mirror. In these moments, their connection to nature and to each other deepened further, weaving them into the very fabric of the earth. The scent of damp earth and blooming wildflowers filled their senses. His music, once a powerful force that could sway the gods on Olympus or move the very stones, had become something more intimate, more personal. It was the soundtrack to their shared life, a gentle current flowing beneath their every moment. He would play for Eurydice as she tended to her small garden of herbs, the melodies weaving around her like invisible vines. He would play as they watched the sunset paint the western sky in hues of orange and purple, the notes lingering in the twilight air like the last warmth of the day. The delicate fragrance of the herbs, the warmth of the setting sun on their skin, all contributed to the sensory richness of their days. The Thracian forest, their home, seemed to breathe with them, mirroring their peace. The birds sang sweeter, the streams murmured more softly, and even the ancient trees seemed to stand taller, as if in silent appreciation of the harmony that resonated from their dwelling. There was no ambition in their lives, no desire for fame or fortune, only the simple, profound joy of being together, of sharing each breath, each moment. The rustle of leaves, the gentle murmur of the stream, all seemed to contribute to their pervasive peace. Eurydice, who had once been a solitary dryad, now found immense joy in the shared rhythm of their existence. She learned to appreciate the subtle nuances of Orpheus's music, to understand the emotions woven into each chord, each delicate arpeggio. Sometimes she would ask him to play a specific tune, one that reminded her of a particularly beautiful sunrise or the sound of rain on the leaves. Orpheus would oblige, his fingers dancing across the lyre's strings, translating her quiet desires into melodies that spoke directly to her soul. The cool, smooth feel of the lyre's strings beneath his fingers was a familiar joy. Their love was not a tempestuous fire, but a steady, glowing ember, radiating warmth and comfort. It was a love built on understanding, respect, and a shared appreciation for the simple beauty of existence. They found happiness in the smallest things: the flight of a butterfly, the scent of pine needles after a rain, the quiet companionship of each other's presence, the warmth of their shared presence, the subtle scent of pine, were constant reassurances. Even the passage of time seemed to slow within their sanctuary. Days flowed into weeks, weeks into months, without a sense of urgency or the need to mark their passing. Each moment was complete in itself, filled with the gentle hum of their shared life. Orpheus, the son of Calliope and Apollo, the renowned musician of Thrace, had found his truest purpose not in grand concerts or divine praise, but in the quiet, unwavering love he shared with Eurydice. The air around them seemed to thicken with this profound, unhurried contentment. The lyre, his constant companion since his earliest days, rested always within reach, its polished wood gleaming softly in the filtered light. It was a silent witness to their tranquility, absorbing the peace of their home and giving it back in the form of exquisite music. When Orpheus played, it was as if the very heart of the Thracian forest found its voice through his fingers, singing of enduring love and timeless serenity. The smooth, cool feel of the wood, the gentle vibrations of the strings, were constant reminders of their harmony. They would often spend evenings by the stream, watching the moon rise, a silver disk against the velvet sky. Orpheus would play melodies that were as vast and tranquil as the night itself, notes that seemed to drift on the cool air, blending with the gentle murmur of the water. Eurydice would lean against him, her head resting on his shoulder, feeling the vibrations of the music through his body, a deep, resonant hum that spoke of profound peace. The cool night air, the gentle murmur of the stream, the warmth of his body, all contributed to her sense of peace. There were no shadows in their world, only the soft interplay of light and shade. No discord, only the constant, unwavering harmony of their intertwined lives. The Thracian people, who sometimes ventured close to their dwelling, spoke of the profound calm that emanated from that part of the forest, a sense of peace that settled over them like a comforting blanket. They whispered tales of Orpheus's music, not as a powerful force that could move mountains, but as a gentle balm that soothed the soul. The air itself seemed to carry this pervasive sense of calm. Calliope, his mother, and Apollo, his father, would surely have been proud of the life Orpheus had built. not for its grandeur or its fame, but for its genuine happiness, its quiet dignity. He had found his own Olympus, not among the gods and goddesses, but in the heart of the forest, with the woman he loved. Zeus and Hera, even from their distant throne, might have looked upon this simple, profound happiness with a touch of envy, for it was a peace that even their divine power could not command. The very light of the moon seemed to bless their tranquil existence. Sometimes a deer would wander close to their home, drawn by the gentle music, its eyes wide and unafraid, or a flock of birds would perch on the branches above, listening intently, their own songs momentarily hushed. This was the true testament to the power of Orpheus's music now. It no longer compelled or commanded, but invited and embraced, creating a shared space of tranquility for all living things. The soft fur of the deer, the delicate rustle of the bird's feathers, were gentle affirmations of his music's power. Eurydice, with her deep connection to the natural world, understood this intuitively. She saw how the forest responded to Orpheus's melodies, how the very air seemed to soften, how the light seemed to glow more warmly. She was not just his wife, she was his muse, his anchor, the quiet force that allowed his music to reach its fullest, most tender expression. The scent of damp earth and blooming wildflowers seemed to deepen around them, reflecting their profound connection. Their love was a quiet promise, whispered on the breeze, a melody of love that resonated through the forest for all time. It was a gentle bloom, unfolding slowly, gracefully, each day revealing new depths of shared joy and understanding. The stone of their hearth, the wood of their walls, the very ground beneath their feet seemed to hum with this pervasive peace. The warmth of the hearth fire, the smooth texture of the wood were constant comforts. Orpheus would sometimes compose new pieces, not with the intention of performing them, but simply as an outpouring of his heart. These were melodies born of pure contentment, of the quiet joy of shared moments. He would play them for Eurydice, watching her face as the notes unfolded, seeing the reflection of his own happiness in her gentle eyes. There was a profound stillness in these moments, a sense of timelessness that transcended the ordinary flow of days. The gentle vibrations of the lyre seemed to hum through his very being, a profound expression of his love. The sun would set, casting long, golden shadows through the trees, and still the music would continue, a soft, unbroken thread weaving through the twilight. The air would grow cool, and they would draw closer, warmed by the fire in their hearth and the even warmer glow of their love. This was their life, simple yet profound, a tapestry woven with threads of music, nature, and an enduring, gentle happiness. It was a quiet hymn to a love that had found its perfect harmony in the heart of the wild, a love that promised to resonate forever in the peaceful depths of the Thracian forest. Their existence was a testament to the power of quiet contentment, a beacon of serenity in a world often filled with clamor. The scent of wood smoke and pine mingled with the subtle fragrance of their shared life filled the quiet night. One quiet afternoon, the sun, a warm, golden presence, filtered through the leaves of the Thracian forest, painting shifting patterns on the forest floor. A gentle breeze, barely a whisper, stirred the branches overhead, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. Eurydice moved through this dappled light, her steps light and unhurried. She was not searching for anything in particular, merely enjoying the serene embrace of the woods, a place that had become as much a part of her as her own breath. Her hands, accustomed to the delicate work of tending her small garden, occasionally brushed against the soft moss on ancient stones or the velvety petals of wildflowers. The cool, yielding feel of the moss, the delicate texture of the petals, were familiar comforts. The air hummed with the subtle symphony of nature. The distant murmur of a stream, the lazy buzz of bees drifting from blossom to blossom, the occasional call of a bird. It was a soundscape of peace, a gentle lullaby that had accompanied her days since she had made her home in this tranquil haven with Orpheus. There was no urgency in her movements, no pressing task, only the quiet contentment that came from simply being. She paused by a cluster of vibrant purple irises, admiring their delicate structure, their fleeting beauty. A soft smile touched her lips, a reflection of the profound peace that resided within her. The rich, earthy scent of the irises, their vibrant color, brought a quiet joy. The sunlight, warm and comforting, seemed to linger on her skin, a gentle caress. The forest, usually so alive with sound and movement, held a particular stillness this afternoon, as if holding its breath, observing. There was no sudden rustle, no snapping twig, no warning. The world remained bathed in its golden tranquility, utterly undisturbed. The air felt soft and still, a palpable sense of quietude. Then a touch, so light it was almost imperceptible, brushed against her ankle. It was not a sting, not a sharp bite, but a sensation more akin to the softest brush of a feather, a fleeting pressure that melted away as quickly as it appeared. There was no pain, no shock, no sudden intake of breath. It was as if the very air around her had simply shifted, a subtle change in pressure, and then returned to its previous, serene state. A single, distant bird call, clear and bright, suddenly ceased, leaving an abrupt, profound silence. Eurydice did not cry out. She did not even flinch. Her eyes, which had been admiring the irises, remained open, still reflecting the gentle beauty of the forest. The soft smile did not fade from her lips. It was as if the world, in that single, fleeting moment, had simply become quieter, the colors of the forest a fraction softer, the light a touch more diffused. The hum of the bees continued, the distant stream murmured on, oblivious. The scent of the irises, once vibrant, seemed to subtly fade. A quiet stillness, profound and deep, began to settle around her. Not a sudden collapse, but a gradual, almost imperceptible softening. Her body, which had been moving with such grace and ease, seemed to sigh, to release itself from the gentle tension of life. It was like watching a leaf, loosened by the softest breath of wind, drift slowly to the earth, settling without a sound. The soft moss beneath her, the cool earth, seemed to embrace her. There was no struggle, no gasp for air, no indication of distress. The process was as natural and serene as the slow unfurling of a new blossom or the gentle fading of twilight into night. Her eyelids, heavy with an unseen slumber, began to drift closed, not in a sudden blink, but with a slow, deliberate peace. The world, through their closing, seemed to dim, becoming a soft, indistinct blur of greens and browns and muted sunlight. The warmth of the sun on her skin seemed to gently recede. The air itself seemed to grow heavier, not with foreboding, but with a profound, quiet presence. It was as if the very essence of the forest, the ancient trees and the whispering winds, had gathered around her, embracing her in a silent farewell. The sunlight continued to filter through the leaves, but now it seemed to fall upon her with a new reverence, illuminating her peaceful form with a soft, ethereal glow. The scent of pine and damp earth seemed to deepen, a quiet lament. Her breathing, which had been so steady, and even became shallower, each breath a gentle sigh, a soft release. There was no raggedness, no struggle, only a gradual lessening, a quiet withdrawal. It was as if she were simply exhaling the last remnants of a dream, letting go with a profound sense of calm. The warmth of the sun remained on her skin, a comforting blanket, even as the subtle chill of departure began to seep in. The delicate texture of the moss beneath her fingers, the cool feel of the earth, were her last tactile sensations. The serpent, if indeed it had been a serpent, was long gone, a fleeting shadow that had passed through the sun-dappled glade, leaving behind no trace, no ripple in the profound stillness. Its role was not one of malice or aggression, but merely that of an unwitting catalyst, a soft touch in a world of gentle transitions. It was an act devoid of drama, a whisper in the vast silence of the forest. The air itself seemed to hold its breath, preserving the quietude. Eurydice slowly sank to the mossy earth, not with a fall, but with a gentle descent, as if she were settling into a soft bed. Her limbs remained relaxed, her posture one of utter repose. Her hands, which had been so alive with the touch of the earth, now lay still, palms open, as if in quiet acceptance. The wild flowers she had admired earlier seemed to lean towards her, their petals a vibrant contrast to the stillness that now enveloped her. The scent of their delicate blooms, once so vivid, now seemed to subtly fade. The quiet inevitability of the moment hung in the air, not as a heavy burden, but as a delicate veil. It was the natural progression of things, a gentle turning of the page in the grand book of existence. There was no sense of tragedy in the immediate aftermath, only a profound sense of peace, a quiet completion. The forest, her beloved sanctuary, now held her in its ancient embrace, a silent sentinel guarding her peaceful slumber. The world continued to turn. The sun continued its slow descent. But for Eurydice, time had gently, peacefully ceased its relentless march. Her departure was a soft fading, a delicate dissolution into the quiet heart of the Thracian forest, leaving behind only the profound peace that had always surrounded her. The scent of damp earth and pine, now imbued with a subtle, sweet sadness, lingered in the air. Orpheus walked with a familiar lightness, the Thracian forest a second skin around him. The sun dappled through the leaves, casting shifting patterns on the mossy ground. He hummed a tune, a new melody forming in his mind, inspired by the quiet beauty of the day. This was their place, his and Eurydice's, a sanctuary where the world seemed to hold its breath, listening to the gentle rhythm of their shared existence. He pictured Eurydice, perhaps admiring the purple irises that bloomed in their favorite glade, her smile as serene as the forest itself. Their days together were a tapestry woven with threads of peace and tranquility, each moment a soft note in a harmonious composition. The scent of pine and damp earth, usually comforting, now seemed to carry a subtle, unsettling undertone. As he approached the glade, a subtle shift in the air caught his attention. The usual symphony of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird, seemed muted, almost absent. A profound stillness, unlike any he had ever known, hung heavy in the air. His humming faded, replaced by a growing quiet within him, a premonition that settled like a cool stone in his chest. His fingers, which usually idly traced the strings of his lyre, now lay still, unmoving. He saw her then, nestled amongst the irises, just as he had imagined. Eurydice lay on the mossy earth, her posture one of utter repose, her hands open in acceptance. Her face, serene and unmarred, reflected a peace so deep it seemed to transcend even sleep. The vibrant purple of the irises seemed almost too bright against the stillness of her form. He knelt beside her, not with a cry, but with a profound stillness settling over him. The new melody, only moments ago vibrant in his mind, dissolved into an aching silence. His lyre, which had always sung of joy, now felt heavy, its strings laden with unspoken sorrow. He reached out, his hand trembling slightly, and gently touched her cheek. It was cool, but not cold, a subtle coolness that marked her transition from life to memory. There was no sign of struggle, no hint of pain, just a quiet release, a gentle departure. The forest, her sanctuary, seemed to embrace her in a silent farewell. Her essence, he felt, was already dissipating into the ancient wisdom of the Thracian woods, becoming one with its timeless spirit. The scent of the irises, once sweet, now seemed to carry a faint, melancholic note. The world around him seemed to hold its breath. The leaves on the trees hung motionless, as if in reverence. The very air felt thick with the absence of sound, a measure of his immeasurable loss. His breath caught in his throat, not in a sob, but in a profound, internal sigh. He wanted to play, to fill the silence with a melody that would somehow bring her back, or at least articulate the vast emptiness that had suddenly opened within him, but his fingers refused to move. The lyre, usually an extension of his very soul, felt alien, inert. It was as if the music itself had recognized the gravity of the moment, choosing silence over even the most sorrowful lament. The smooth, cool feel of the lyre's shell offered no comfort. This was not a loss that demanded wailing or tearing of clothes. It was a grief so deep, so fundamental, that it manifested as an absolute absence. The silence was his eulogy, the stillness his tears. His heart ached with a quiet despair, a yearning that was too profound for words, too vast for sound. He simply sat there beside her, in the heart of their glade, in the heart of the Thracian forest, and let the silence wash over him. The sun continued to filter through the leaves, but its warmth felt distant, irrelevant. The gentle sounds of the woods, once a comfort, now seemed like a cruel mockery of the quiet that had descended upon him. The scent of damp earth, usually grounding, now felt heavy with sorrow. He remembered the first time he had seen Eurydice, her laughter echoing through these very trees. He remembered the songs he had composed for her, songs of love and joy that had filled their days with light. Now the memory of those melodies was a sharp, poignant ache. The very air seemed to vibrate with the ghost of her presence, a presence that was now only a memory, a fading note in the grand symphony of his life. The lyre, resting beside him, seemed to embody his grief. Its polished wood, usually vibrant, now appeared dull, its strings slack, as if they too mourned the loss of the hands that once brought them to life. The cool, smooth surface offered no solace. He closed his eyes, and in the darkness behind his eyelids, he saw her smile, heard her gentle voice. The image was vivid, almost tangible, yet it only served to underscore the reality of her absence. This was the quiet sorrow of separation, the delicate transition from presence to memory, handled with a grace that mirrored Eurydice's own peaceful departure. There was no drama, no struggle, just a profound, unsettling peace. The Thracian forest, which had cradled their love, now cradled his grief, a silent witness to the quiet sorrow of a heart broken not by violence, but by the gentle hand of fate. The scent of pine and damp earth seemed to deepen, a quiet lament. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that his music would never be the same. The joyous melodies that had once flowed effortlessly from his lyre were gone, replaced by a deep, resonant silence. This silence was not empty. It was filled with the weight of his love, the depth of his loss. It was a silence that spoke volumes, a testament to the profound bond he shared with Eurydice. The absence of sound was a measure of his loss, a stark reminder of the void she had left behind. The air felt heavy, thick with unspoken grief. Slowly, hesitantly, Orpheus lifted his lyre. The wood felt cool against his fingers, the strings unresponsive. He plucked at them, a single tentative note emerging, thin and reedy, like a sigh. It was not a joyous sound, nor was it a lament in the traditional sense. It was simply an aching echo, a whisper of what once was. The trees around him seemed to bow their branches, as if in understanding. The very air seemed to thicken, absorbing the fragile sound. This was the beginning of a new music, a music born of sorrow, woven from threads of memory and yearning. The smooth, cool feel of the lyre's shell was a stark contrast to the warmth of his grief. He tried another note, then another, each one a soft, aching testament to his grief. The melodies that emerged were no longer joyous, but soft, aching laments, weaving threads of memory and yearning. The trees bowed their branches. The rivers seemed to slow their flow, listening to his quiet despair. The once vibrant glade was now imbued with a melancholic beauty, a reflection of the music that Orpheus now coaxed from his lyre. The sounds were delicate, almost imperceptible, yet they carried the weight of his profound sorrow, a sorrow that resonated with the very soul of the Thracian forest. The scent of damp earth and pine, now tinged with a subtle sadness, filled the air. As days turned into nights, the quiet despair settled deeper into Orpheus's heart. His music, now a constant companion, became a reflection of his inner turmoil, a soft, aching lament that filled the glade. The melodies, once light and joyful, now carried the heavy burden of his loss, a yearning that grew with each passing moment. The trees and rivers, once listeners to his joyous songs, now bore witness to his profound grief, their very essence seeming to absorb the quiet ache of his lyre. The glade, once a sanctuary of shared happiness, became a canvas for his sorrow, its beauty now imbued with a melancholic hue. The very air, once vibrant with their shared laughter, now carried the subtle, lingering scent of his unexpressed tears. The cool, smooth feel of the lyre against his fingers was a constant reminder of his sorrow. The idea of retrieving Eurydice from the realm below began to form, not as a desperate plea, but as a quiet, determined longing. It was a thought whispered about in ancient myths, a journey spoken of only in hushed tones. But for Orpheus, it was a path that beckoned, a flicker of hope in the overwhelming darkness. His heart, though heavy with grief, was drawn to this unseen path, a journey he knew he must undertake. It was a quiet resolve, a testament to a love that transcended even death, a love that would not be silenced by the stillness of the grave. The journey, though daunting, was a testament to the power of his love, a love that would compel him to defy the very boundaries of life and death. The scent of damp earth and pine, mingled with the subtle fragrance of hope, filled the air. The Thracian air, once vibrant with the joyous melodies of Orpheus, now held a different kind of song. It was a song born of quiet sorrow, a melody that did not leap and dance, but instead flowed like a slow, deep river. Orpheus, the son of Calliope and Apollo, sat by the mossy bank where Eurydice had so peacefully faded. His lyre, once a radiant extension of his soul, felt heavy in his hands. There was no grand gesture of despair, no shattering cry that echoed through the forest. Instead, a profound stillness had settled within him, a silence that spoke volumes. The cool, damp moss beneath him, the earthy scent of the river, were constant reminders of her absence. He had found Eurydice, not in the throes of struggle, but in a state of serene departure, her form gently embraced by the earth. The serpent's bite, a silent thief, had taken her without a trace of pain, leaving behind only the quietest of goodbyes. The forest, a silent witness to her passing, seemed to hold its breath, sharing in the solemnity of the moment. Orpheus understood. He felt her essence had become one with the very trees, the very air, the very earth of Thrace. This understanding did not lessen the ache, but transformed it into something profound, something almost sacred. The scent of pine and damp earth seemed to deepen, a quiet lament. Slowly, hesitantly, Orpheus lifted his lyre. His fingers, accustomed to the swift, bright movements of joy, now moved with a deliberate, almost reverent slowness. The strings, usually eager to sing, seemed to hum with a new, melancholic resonance. The first notes that emerged were not the soaring arpeggios of love's triumph, but soft, aching laments, like whispers carried on a gentle breeze. Each chord was a sigh, each plucked string a tear that did not fall, but instead resonated through the very fabric of the world around him. The smooth, cool feel of the lyre's shell was a stark contrast to the warmth of his grief. The music was no longer about happiness, but about remembrance. It wove threads of memory and yearning, not in a desperate plea, but in a quiet acceptance of what was. The melodies were intricate, yet simple, stripped bare of all embellishment, revealing the raw, beautiful core of his grief. It was a lament that did not demand attention, but invited it, drawing the listener in with its profound honesty. The air felt thick with the palpable weight of his sorrow. The trees, ancient and wise, seemed to bow their branches, their leaves rustling with a sympathetic murmur. The mighty oaks, the slender birches, the towering pines all leaned in, as if to catch every delicate nuance of his sorrowful song. Their usual rustling and whispering subsided, replaced by an almost reverent stillness. There was no wind to stir them, yet they swayed gently, in time with the melancholic rhythm of Orpheus's lyre. It was as if the very spirit of the forest, which had cradled Eurydice in her final moments, now shared in the quiet despair of her beloved. The scent of damp earth and decaying leaves seemed to deepen, a quiet accompaniment to his music. The rivers, usually rushing and babbling over stones, seemed to slow their flow. Their waters, once lively and boisterous, now moved with a hushed, contemplative grace. The sunlight, filtering through the dense canopy, dappled the water's surface, casting shimmering patterns that danced like silent tears. The very current seemed to hesitate, listening to the quiet despair that flowed from Orpheus's fingertips. The fish, usually darting and playful, paused in their movements, their scales catching the light as they hovered, motionless, in the clear water. Even the insects, the buzzing bees and chirping crickets, quieted their ceaseless chorus, allowing the full weight of Orpheus's music to settle upon the air. The cool, smooth feel of the river stones, the fresh scent of the water, were imbued with his sorrow. The air itself seemed to grow heavy, not with oppression, but with a profound, shared empathy. A gentle mist began to rise from the damp earth, swirling around Orpheus like a soft, comforting embrace. It was as if the very atmosphere of Thrace was weeping alongside him, not with loud sobs, but with a quiet, pervasive sadness. The cool, damp touch of the mist on his skin was a gentle caress. The birds, usually singing their cheerful songs from the branches, fell silent. Instead of their usual melodies, one could hear the soft, almost imperceptible rustle of their feathers as they shifted on their perches, their small heads cocked, their beady eyes fixed on Orpheus. A robin, typically bold and boisterous, sat on a low branch, its bright red breast puffed out, its gaze unwavering. A nightingale, known for its sweet, clear song, remained mute, as if its own music would be an intrusion upon the sacred sorrow that filled the glade. Sometimes, a single bird would let out a soft, mournful chirp, a tiny echo of the larger lament. The delicate texture of their feathers, the subtle movements of their bodies, were part of this shared sorrow. His fingers moved with an almost ethereal lightness over the strings, coaxing out notes that were both fragile and infinitely strong. There was no anger in his music, no bitterness. Instead, there was a profound acceptance, a deep, unwavering love that transcended the physical realm. The melodies spoke of the beauty of Eurydice, of the joy she had brought into his life, and of the quiet peace with which she had departed. It was a testament to a love that had not been broken by death, but transformed by it. The smooth, cool feel of the strings beneath his fingers was a constant connection to his love. The music was a tapestry woven with threads of remembrance, the gentle rustle of Eurydice's dress as she walked through the meadows, the soft sound of her laughter carried on the breeze, the warmth of her hand in his. These memories were not sharp pangs of loss, but rather tender echoes, cherished and held close within the music. Each note was a delicate brushstroke, painting a portrait of a love that was eternal, even in its absence. The scent of wildflowers, the warmth of her hand, the sound of her laughter, all seemed to be woven into the very fabric of the melodies. Sometimes a single sustained note would hang in the air, vibrating with an almost unbearable tenderness, before slowly fading into silence. Then another note would rise, gentle and clear, like a single tear falling onto soft moss. The rhythm was slow, deliberate, allowing each sound to fully resonate, to be absorbed by the quiet, sympathetic world around him. The air felt thick with the lingering vibrations of each note. The sun, which had been high in the sky, began its slow descent, casting long, golden shadows through the trees. The light softened, becoming diffused and ethereal, as if even the heavens were observing a moment of quiet reverence. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze, barely a whisper, stirred the leaves, carrying the melancholic strains of Orpheus's lyre further into the depths of Thrace. The cool touch of the evening breeze on his skin was a subtle comfort. There was a profound beauty in his sorrowful expression, a quiet dignity that transcended mere grief. His music was not a cry for help, but a profound expression of his soul, laid bare for the world to witness. It was a testament to the power of love, even in the face of loss. The sorrow was deep, but it was not destructive. Instead, it was a creative force, shaping the very air around him, transforming the natural world into a symphony of shared empathy. The scent of pine and damp earth seemed to deepen, a quiet accompaniment to his profound emotion. This was not the Orpheus who charmed beasts and moved mountains with his joyous songs. This was Orpheus, the grieving lover, whose music now held the quiet, aching beauty of a heart that had known profound love and equally profound loss. Yet, even in this sorrow, there was a nascent strength, a quiet resolve beginning to take root within him. The smooth, cool feel of the lyre's shell was a constant, grounding presence. As the last golden rays of the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest into a soft twilight, Orpheus continued to play. His music, now a gentle lullaby for the departing day, seemed to merge with the very essence of the forest. The melancholic notes hung in the air, a persistent, beautiful echo of his love and his grief. The air grew cooler, carrying the faint scent of evening dew. The quiet, profound grief that had settled upon him and the unwavering love he held for Eurydice began to ignite a new kind of resolve. It was not a desperate, impulsive decision, but a quiet, determined longing that began to form in his heart. The idea of retrieving Eurydice from the realm below, from the dark embrace of the underworld, began to take shape. It was a journey born not of a frantic plea, but of a love that transcended death, a love that would not be contained by the boundaries of the living world. The gentle, sorrowful notes of his lyre were not an end, but a quiet beginning, a prelude to a journey whispered about in ancient myths, a path unseen, yet destined to be trod. The scent of damp earth and pine, mingled with the subtle fragrance of hope, filled the air. As days turned into nights, the Thracian forest, once alive with the gentle laughter of Eurydice and the vibrant melodies of Orpheus's lyre, now held a hushed solemnity. The air, thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, seemed to carry the weight of an unspoken understanding. Orpheus, seated by the tranquil stream where Eurydice had often dipped their fingers, let their gaze drift over the still waters. The stone at their feet, once a place of shared repose, now felt cold and empty. The cool, smooth feel of the stone, the earthy scent of the river, were constant reminders of her absence. The initial shock of Eurydice's departure had softened, not into acceptance, but into a deep, internal resolve. Orpheus's grief, a heavy cloak that had settled upon their shoulders, was slowly transforming, becoming less a burden and more a quiet strength. Their fingers, once so adept at coaxing joyous music from the lyre, now traced the smooth, polished wood with a pensive tenderness. The vibrant chords that had once filled the glade were replaced by a profound, aching silence, broken only by the gentle murmur of the stream. The smooth, cool feel of the lyre's shell, the gentle vibrations of its strings, were now imbued with a quiet sorrow. Orpheus remembered the countless hours they had spent with Eurydice in this very spot, their voices intertwining with the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird. They recalled the way Eurydice's eyes would sparkle when Orpheus played a particularly intricate melody, and the quiet contentment that would settle between them as the sun dipped below the horizon. These memories, once a source of acute pain, were now like precious jewels, carefully held and cherished. The scent of wildflowers, the warmth of the sun, the sound of her laughter, all seemed to be woven into the fabric of his remembrance. Their music, which had always been a reflection of their soul, had indeed changed. It was no longer a celebration of life's vibrant tapestry, but a lament, a yearning, a silent conversation with the one who was no longer there. The forest, the rivers, even the birds seemed to listen, their usual sounds hushed, as if bowing to the profound grief that emanated from Orpheus. There was no theatrical display of sorrow, no desperate cries to the heavens. Instead, there was a quiet dignity, a profound sadness that resonated with the very core of the natural world. The air felt heavy, thick with unspoken grief. The idea had begun to form, not as a sudden revelation, but as a slow, inevitable dawn. It was a whisper carried on the wind, a faint echo from the ancient myths Orpheus had heard since childhood. The journey to the realm below, a path unseen by mortal eyes, had always been spoken of with awe and trepidation. Yet for Orpheus, it was not a terrifying prospect, but a quiet, determined longing. The scent of damp earth and pine, mingled with the subtle fragrance of hope, filled the air. They thought of Calliope, their mother, and the tales she had woven of Olympus, of Zeus and Hera, and the gods who presided over the realms of both living and dead. They remembered the stories of heroes who had dared to venture into the depths, their courage fueled by love or duty. Orpheus's motivation was simpler, purer. It was not for glory nor for power, but for the quiet presence of Eurydice, for the gentle touch of their hand, for the soft murmur of their voice. The cool, smooth feel of the lyre against his cheek was a constant reminder of his purpose. The lyre, once a symbol of their joy, now felt like a conduit to a different world. Orpheus's fingers, almost unconsciously, began to pluck a soft, melancholic tune. It was a melody of remembrance, of love that transcended the boundaries of life and death. The notes, though sorrowful, held a hidden strength, a quiet resolve that spoke of an unwavering purpose. The gentle vibrations seemed to hum through the very air, a palpable sense of determination. There was no urgency in their movements, no frantic preparations. The decision was a gentle, internal resolve, like the slow blooming of a night-scented flower. It was not born of desperation, but of a deep, abiding love that refused to be extinguished. Orpheus understood the mythical nature of the journey that lay before them. They knew it was a path few had trod, and fewer still had returned from. Yet, the thought did not deter them. Instead, it solidified their determination. The scent of the night-blooming flowers, sweet and subtle, seemed to bless his resolve. Sometimes, in the quiet solitude of the glade, Orpheus would close their eyes and picture Eurydice, not as they were in those final moments, but as they had been in life, vibrant, serene, their spirit intertwined with the beauty of Thrace. These images were not fleeting specters, but vivid, comforting presences that fueled their resolve. The warmth of her imagined presence, the soft sound of her voice, were constant inspirations. The Thracian forest, with its ancient trees and winding paths, had always been a place of solace for Orpheus. Now, it felt like a silent confidant, bearing witness to their quiet transformation. The air, cool and crisp, carried the scent of possibility, of a journey yet to be undertaken. The rough texture of the tree bark, the cool feel of the forest floor were grounding presences. Orpheus knew that the path to the underworld was shrouded in mystery, guarded by beings of immense power. They had heard tales of the ferryman, of the three-headed hound, and of the solemn rulers who sat upon their throne in the shadowy depths. Yet none of these legends instilled fear in Orpheus's heart. There was only a profound sense of purpose, a gentle pull towards the unknown. The chill of the evening air, the subtle scent of damp earth, seemed to deepen the sense of mystery. Their music, which had once captivated the gods of Olympus and charmed the wild beasts of the forest, would now be their guide. Orpheus knew that the power of their song, born of such profound love and sorrow, might be their only hope. They had seen its effect on the natural world, how it had quieted the rustling leaves and stilled the flowing rivers. Perhaps, just perhaps, it could sway the hearts of those who governed the realm of the dead. The smooth, cool feel of the lyre's shell, the gentle vibrations of its strings, were his only companions. The days passed in a quiet rhythm, each sunrise bringing a renewed sense of their purpose. Orpheus spent their time in contemplation, their gaze often fixed on the distant mountains, as if searching for a sign, a whisper of the path they were destined to take. There was no need for grand pronouncements, no need for fanfare. The decision was a deeply personal one, a silent pact with their own heart. The cool, crisp air of the mountains, the distant scent of their peaks, seemed to call to him. The lyre, their constant companion, rested beside them, its strings humming softly in the breeze. It was no longer just an instrument. It was an extension of their very being, a vessel for their love and their longing. Orpheus knew that their journey would be arduous, filled with challenges beyond their comprehension. But the thought of Eurydice, of their gentle spirit, was a beacon that shone brightly in the quiet darkness of their resolve. The smooth, cool feel of the lyre's shell, the gentle vibrations of its strings, were a constant source of comfort. They imagined the journey not as a desperate quest, but as a pilgrimage of the heart. Each step would be taken with purpose, each note played with unwavering devotion. The Thracian lands, which had nurtured their love, would now bear witness to their profound determination. The scent of damp earth and pine, mingled with the subtle fragrance of his resolve, filled the air. Orpheus remembered the stories of Apollo, the god of music, and how his melodies could bring solace and healing. While Orpheus did not possess the divine power of Apollo, they knew that their music was born of a truth that resonated deeply within the human spirit. It was a truth of love, of loss, and of the enduring power of memory. The warmth of the sun on his skin, the gentle breeze, were subtle reminders of the life he was fighting for. The thought of facing the rulers of the underworld, of pleading their case before their solemn gaze, did not fill Orpheus with dread. Instead, there was a quiet determination, a willingness to face any obstacle for the sake of their beloved. They would not demand, but they would entreat. They would not force, but they would persuade. The air felt heavy with the weight of his purpose. Sometimes, a fleeting image of Eurydice would appear in Orpheus's mind, a gentle smile, a knowing glance. These moments were not painful reminders of what was lost, but quiet assurances of what could be regained. The separation, though profound, was not an ending, but a pause, a quiet interlude before a reunion that Orpheus was determined to bring about. The warmth of her imagined smile, the gentle touch of her hand, were constant inspirations. The air in the glade seemed to shimmer with an unspoken energy, a subtle shift from grief to resolve. The quiet sorrow that had enveloped Orpheus was slowly being replaced by a calm, unwavering purpose. path unseen, the journey whispered about in ancient myths, was no longer a distant legend, but a tangible destination. The scent of pine and damp earth, now imbued with a subtle, sweet hope, filled the air. Orpheus stood, their gaze fixed on the horizon, the lyre held gently in their hands. The Thracian forest, their home, seemed to whisper its encouragement. The decision was made, not with a flourish, but with a quiet, internal certainty. The journey to retrieve Eurydice from the realm below was not a desperate plea, but a quiet, determined longing, a testament to a love that transcended even death itself. And so, with a heart full of resolve, and a lyre poised to sing its most profound melodies, Orpheus prepared to embark on a path unseen, guided by the enduring light of their love. The smooth, cool feel of the lyre's shell, the gentle vibrations of its strings, were his unwavering companions. The air grew heavy, not with the oppressive heat of the sun, but with a palpable sense of transition. The familiar scent of pine and damp earth began to subtly change, giving way to an aroma of cold stone and distant, metallic tangs. The vibrant hues of the Thracian forest, once so comforting, slowly receded, replaced by a deepening twilight that seemed to swallow the light whole. Orpheus, his lyre clutched gently, but firmly in his hands, walked with a quiet determination, his steps measured and deliberate. The warmth of the sun on his skin, a constant companion in the living world, had begun to fade, replaced by an increasing chill that seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath his feet. He was no longer merely walking, he was descending. The path, once clearly defined by moss and fallen leaves, gradually transformed into a rugged, uneven terrain of jagged rocks and loose scree. The gentle rustle of leaves was replaced by the faint, echoing drip of water in unseen caverns, a mournful cadence in the growing silence. The sounds of the living whirled, the chirping of birds, the murmur of streams, the distant lowing of cattle faded into an almost complete absence, leaving only the sound of his own breathing, slow and steady. The air grew colder, each breath a small cloud in the increasing gloom. The entrance to the underworld was not a grand, imposing gate, but a series of winding, increasingly narrow passages, carved deep into the earth. The air grew thick, heavy with the scent of ancient stone and something else, something indefinable, yet unmistakably tied to death and decay. Orpheus pushed forward, his senses attuned not to sight, for the darkness was almost absolute, but to the subtle vibrations of the earth beneath his feet, and the quiet, persistent hum of his own purpose. The rough, cold stone brushed against his hands as he navigated the narrow confines. As he ventured deeper, the faint, ethereal glow of his lyre, a gift from Apollo, began to cast a soft, shimmering light around him. It was not a practical light, not enough to illuminate the vastness of the chasm into which he descended, but a symbolic one, a beacon of hope and life in the encroaching darkness. The golden strings seemed to pulse with a faint inner luminescence, reflecting his unwavering resolve. The cool, smooth feel of the lyre's shell was a constant, grounding presence in the disorienting darkness. The first true sign of the underworld was the Styx, the river that separated the living from the dead. Its waters were not clear and flowing like the rivers of Thrace, but dark and sluggish, an oily blackness that seemed to absorb all light. A thick, chilling mist hung low over its surface, swirling and eddying like tormented spirits. The air above the river was heavy with an indescribable melancholy, a profound sense of loss that seemed to cling to everything. The cold, damp air carried a faint, metallic scent. And there, awaiting passengers on the desolate shore, was Charon, the ferryman of the dead. He was an ancient, gaunt figure, his face a roadmap of countless sorrows, his eyes burning with a cold, unfeeling light. His cloak, ragged and dark as the river itself, seemed to absorb the faint light from Orpheus's lyre, leaving him a silhouette against the gloom. His hand, gnarled and skeletal, gripped a long, crude pole, its tip disappearing into the inky depths of the Styx. The rough, cold wood of the pole seemed to emanate a chilling aura. Charon spoke, his voice a dry, rasping whisper like the rustle of dead leaves. Who are you, living soul, that dares to tread these shores, your breath still warm, your heart still beating? This is no place for the living. His gaze, devoid of emotion, swept over Orpheus, lingering for a moment on the lyre. The air around him felt heavy with the weight of countless departed souls. Orpheus, without a word, slowly raised his lyre. His fingers, trembling slightly, brushed across the strings. The first note that emerged was a single, pure tone, clear as a bell, yet imbued with a profound sorrow. It was not a plea, not a demand, but a lament, a song of such exquisite beauty and heartbreak that it seemed to pluck at the very fabric of the desolate landscape. The air around him seemed to shimmer, alive with the ethereal vibration of the music. The melody swelled, weaving a tapestry of sound that spoke of sun-drenched meadows, of the gentle laughter of a loved one, of the profound peace of a life lived in harmony with nature. It spoke of the quiet joy of shared moments, of hands intertwined, of hearts beating as one. But beneath this beauty, there was an aching current of loss, a yearning so deep it resonated with the silent sorrows of the countless souls who had crossed the Styx. The scent of wildflowers, the warmth of a gentle touch, the sound of a beloved voice, all seemed to be woven into the intricate melodies. Charon, who had ferried untold millions of souls across the river, whose heart was thought to be as cold and unyielding as the stones of the underworld, stood transfixed. His gaunt frame seemed to soften, his burning eyes losing some of their coldness, replaced by a flicker of something akin to memory, or perhaps a long-forgotten pain. The hand that gripped the pole loosened, his shoulders slumping almost imperceptibly. The rough, cold wood of the pole seemed to vibrate faintly with the music. The swirling mist over the sticks seemed to pause, its tormented eddies stilled by the pervasive tranquility of the music. The sluggish black waters, which usually reflected only the profound gloom of the underworld, now seemed to shimmer with a faint, almost imperceptible light, catching the ethereal glow of Orpheus's lyre. It was as if the river itself, for a fleeting moment, remembered the warmth of the sun, the gentle flow of life. The chill in the air seemed to lessen, replaced by a strange, melancholic warmth. Orpheus continued to play, his music flowing like a gentle balm over the desolate landscape. He did not ask for passage, did not utter a single word. His music was his plea, his argument, his unwavering testament to the power of love over death. He poured his entire being into each note, each chord a distillation of his grief, his hope, and his unyielding determination. The smooth, cool feel of the lyre's shell was a constant reminder of the love that propelled him forward. The silence that followed the fading of the last note was profound, yet not empty. It was filled with the lingering resonance of the music, a sacred echo that hung in the heavy air. Charon remained motionless for a long moment, his gaze fixed on Orpheus, a flicker of something almost human in his ancient eyes. The silence was broken only by the faint, rhythmic drip of water in the distant caverns. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, Charon extended his hand, not for payment, but for an unspoken invitation. He gestured towards his boat, a small, battered vessel that seemed as ancient as the ferryman himself. His voice, still a rasp, held a new, almost imperceptible tremor. "Bored," he whispered, "living soul, let your song guide us." The rough, splintered wood of the boat seemed to hum faintly with the lingering vibrations of the music. Orpheus stepped into the boat, his heart aching with a mixture of sorrow and a fragile hope. He looked back at the desolate shore, then forward into the impenetrable darkness beyond the Styx. The journey had begun. The cool, damp air of the underworld pressed in around him, but the faint, inner glow of his lyre and the memory of Eurydice's smile continued to guide him through the gloom. The rhythmic dip of Charon's pole into the inky water became a new, somber accompaniment to his silent resolve. The scent of cold stone and stagnant water filled the air, a stark contrast to the forest he had left behind. The journey across the Styx was a descent into an ever-deepening silence, broken only by the rhythmic splash of Charon's pole and the soft, ethereal hum of Orpheus's lyre. The air grew colder, heavier, each breath a conscious effort against the oppressive gloom. The faint, inner glow of his lyre became his sole beacon, illuminating only the immediate space around him, pushing back against the encroaching, absolute darkness. The smooth, cool feel of the lyre's shell was a constant, grounding presence. The landscape that unfolded beyond the Styx was a desolate, echoing wasteland, a realm of perpetual twilight. Twisted, skeletal trees, their branches bare and gnarled, clawed at the shadowy sky. The ground was a barren expanse of ash and dust, occasionally broken by jagged outcroppings of black, unyielding rock. No bird sang, no wind rustled through unseen leaves, only the occasional, mournful sigh of unseen spirits drifting through the void. The air was heavy with the scent of decay and cold stone. As Orpheus stepped onto the shore, the silence pressed in around him, a tangible weight. He knew that somewhere in this vast, oppressive realm lay the palace of Hades and Persephone, the rulers of the underworld. But first, he had to navigate the desolate plains and face the infamous guardian of the gates. He began to walk, his footsteps echoing unnaturally in the profound stillness. The lyre, held close, seemed to absorb the pervasive melancholy, its golden strings humming with a sympathetic resonance. He started to play, not a triumphant march, but a soft, flowing melody, a quiet hymn that spoke of warmth and light, of the beauty of the living world. The notes, pure and clear, seemed to shimmer in the oppressive gloom, pushing back against the darkness, creating a small, ephemeral bubble of peace around him. The air around him felt subtly lighter, imbued with the delicate vibration of the music. Suddenly, a low, guttural growl vibrated through the very ground, shaking the desolate landscape. It was a sound born of ancient fury, a primal warning that seemed to tear through the fabric of the silence. From the deepest shadows, a colossal form began to emerge, its monstrous silhouette slowly taking shape against the faint glow of Orpheus's lyre. This was Cerberus, the three-headed hound of the underworld, guardian of the gates to Hades' domain. The ground trembled with his every movement, and the air grew thick with the scent of his hot, fetid breath. Each of Cerberus's 3 heads was a terrifying sight. Their eyes, burning with malevolent fire, glowed red in the gloom, fixed upon the solitary living figure. Their teeth, long and razor-sharp, gleamed like obsidian daggers, and their massive jaws dripped with a viscous, black drool. A chorus of snarls and barks, each one capable of shattering stone, erupted from the monstrous beast, echoing through the desolate plains, a terrifying welcome to the realm of the dead. The rough, leathery texture of his scales, the sharp points of his claws, were visible even in the dim light. Orpheus did not flinch. He stood his ground, his gaze unwavering, fixed upon the monstrous beast. He knew that force would be useless, that no weapon wielded by mortal hands could overcome such a creature. His only weapon was his music, the gentle power that had charmed the wild beasts of Thrace, and even swayed the unyielding heart of Charon. The smooth, cool feel of the lyre's shell was a steadying presence in his trembling hands. He raised his lyre higher, his fingers moving with a sudden, desperate grace across the golden strings. This time, the melody was not merely a lament, but a lullaby, a song of such profound tenderness and innocence that it seemed to speak directly to the ancient, primal instincts buried deep within the monstrous hound. The notes flowed like a gentle stream, weaving a tapestry of sound that evoked images of a mother's soft touch, a child's peaceful slumber, the comforting warmth of a sunlit patch of grass. The air around him seemed to shimmer, alive with the ethereal vibration of the music. The snarls and barks of Cerberus began to falter, replaced by a low, confused whimper. The burning red in his eyes softened, flickering with an unaccustomed bewilderment. His massive heads, which had been snapping and lunging, began to droop, their sharp teeth no longer bared in aggression, but resting gently against each other. The viscous drool seemed to slow, almost ceasing to drip. The scent of his hot breath seemed to mellow, replaced by the delicate fragrance of the music. The music flowed, pure and unwavering, a gentle current against the monstrous rage. It spoke not of fear, but of compassion. It spoke not of conflict, but of peace. It was a melody that reached into the deepest, most primal parts of Cerberus's being, stirring a forgotten sense of calm, a long-buried memory of a time before rage and duty. The rough, leathery texture of his scales seemed to soften, his massive body relaxing imperceptibly. One by one, Cerberus's heads began to lower, his massive eyelids drooping, heavy with an unseen slumber. The chorus of snarls dissolved into a series of soft, rumbling snores that shook the very ground. His enormous paws, once poised to strike, now lay the terrifying guardian of the underworld, was succumbing to the irresistible power of Orpheus's music, lulled into a deep, dreamless sleep. The air felt heavy with the profound stillness of his slumber. Orpheus continued to play, a soft, sustained chord hanging in the air, ensuring that Cerberus remained deeply asleep. He slowly, carefully, moved past the slumbering beast, his heart pounding in his chest, not from fear, but from the sheer audacity of his journey. The silence of the underworld, now broken only by the gentle snores of Cerberus and the faint hum of his lyre, stretched out before him, beckoning him deeper into the realm of the dead. The cool, smooth feel of the lyre's shell was a constant reminder of the fragile hope that propelled him forward. He walked on, his steps light and purposeful, leaving the snoring guardian behind. The path ahead was still dark, still desolate, but now a faint, almost imperceptible light seemed to glimmer in the distance, a promise of the heart of the underworld, where Hades and Persephone held court. The scent of cold stone and decay was still present, but now overlaid with a subtle, sweet note of triumph. Orpheus had overcome the first great obstacle, not with force, but with the gentle, unwavering power of his music, a testament to the enduring strength of love and sorrow. The rough, jagged rocks beneath his feet no longer felt as menacing. The air, once thick with the oppressive gloom of the underworld, began to subtly shift. A faint, ethereal glow, unlike any light known in the living world, began to emanate from the distant reaches of the desolate landscape. It was a light born not of fire or sun, but of ancient, solemn power, illuminating the path forward with an otherworldly luminescence. Orpheus, his lyre still humming softly, walked towards it, his heart a mixture of trepidation and unwavering resolve. The cold, metallic scent of the deeper underworld began to assert itself, mingling with the faint aroma of the lyre's magic. As he drew closer, the landscape transformed. The barren plains gave way to vast, echoing caverns, their ceilings lost in shadow, their floors polished smooth by the passage of countless souls. Stalactites, sharp and menacing, hung like frozen tears from above, catching the faint, spectral light. The air was still, heavy with the weight of ages, yet imbued with a profound, almost sacred silence. The rhythmic drip of water, a constant companion since his descent, echoed through the vastness, a mournful cadence. The smooth, cold stone beneath his feet resonated with the profound stillness. At the heart of this cavern, bathed in the ethereal glow, stood the throne room of the king and queen of the underworld. It was a place of immense, chilling grandeur, built of obsidian and shadow. Pillars, carved with intricate, somber reliefs, rose to dizzying heights, supporting a ceiling that seemed to stretch into infinity. The very air vibrated with an ancient power, a silent testament to the absolute dominion of its rulers. The cold, smooth obsidian seemed to absorb all warmth. Upon twin thrones, carved from the darkest stone and adorned with glinting, spectral jewels, sat Hades and Persephone. Hades, the king of the underworld, was a figure of profound solemnity. His form was cloaked in shadows, his eyes burning with an ancient, unyielding intensity, reflecting the vastness of his domain. He held a two-pronged staff, its tip glowing with a faint, cold light, a symbol of his absolute authority over the dead. His brow was furrowed with an eternal, heavy contemplation. The air around him crackled with an almost tangible sense of ancient power. Beside him, a striking contrast in her ethereal beauty, sat Persephone, queen of the underworld. Her presence, though tinged with the pallor of her realm, still carried the faint scent of spring, a lingering memory of the sunlit fields from which she had been taken. Her dark hair, adorned with delicate poppies, framed a face of quiet melancholy, her eyes holding both the wisdom of the dead and the longing for the living world. She was the embodiment of beauty and sorrow, eternally bound to the shadows, yet forever yearning for the light. The delicate petals of the poppies, the cool touch of her hand, were subtle contrasts to the gloom. Around them, like silent sentinels, stood the shades of the departed, a vast, swirling multitude of translucent forms. They drifted without purpose, their faces etched with the faint echoes of their earthly lives, their voices a barely audible murmur, like the rustle of dry leaves. They were the silent witnesses to the eternal judgment, their presence adding to the profound, chilling atmosphere of the throne room. The air was thick with their silent, lingering sorrow. Orpheus approached the thrones, his heart pounding, yet his steps unwavering. He did not bow, did not prostrate himself, but stood with a quiet dignity, his lyre held before him like a shield and a plea. The ethereal glow of his instrument seemed to flicker and dance in the chilling light of the throne room, a tiny spark of life in the realm of death. The smooth, cool feel of the lyre's shell was a steadying presence. He raised his lyre, his fingers poised over the golden strings. The absolute silence of the throne room, broken only by the faint, rhythmic drip of water, seemed to deepen. Hades's unyielding gaze was fixed upon him, a silent challenge. Persephone's eyes, however, held a flicker of curiosity, a hint of ancient longing. The air felt charged with a profound, expectant energy. Orpheus began to play. The first notes were soft, almost imperceptible, a gentle whisper that seemed to echo the very silence of the underworld. But as the melody unfolded, it swelled with a quiet power, weaving a tapestry of sound that transcended the boundaries of life and death. It was a song of profound love, of aching loss, and of an unwavering hope that refused to be extinguished. The notes, pure and clear, seemed to shimmer in the ethereal light, pushing back against the oppressive gloom. He sang of the sun-drenched meadows of Thrace, of the gentle murmur of the Strymon River, of the vibrant beauty of wildflowers in bloom. He sang of the laughter of Eurydice, of the warmth of her hand in his, of the quiet joy of their shared life. He painted a vivid picture of a world filled with light and life, a stark contrast to the desolate realm in which they now stood. The scent of pine and damp earth, of blooming wildflowers, seemed to subtly permeate the cold, stone air. But beneath this beauty, there was an aching current of sorrow, a lament so profound it spoke of the void left by Eurydice's absence. He did not beg, did not plead with words. His music was his plea, his soul laid bare, a testament to a love that was stronger than death, a love that had dared to follow its beloved into the very heart of the underworld. Each note was a distillation of his grief, his hope, and his unyielding determination. The gentle vibrations seemed to hum through the very air, a palpable sense of his emotion. As Orpheus played, a remarkable transformation began to occur in the throne room. Hades, the unyielding king of the dead, felt a curious stirring within his ancient heart. His furrowed brow seemed to smooth, his burning eyes losing some of their cold intensity, replaced by a flicker of something akin to memory, or perhaps a long-forgotten tenderness. The staff in his hand, usually radiating cold power, seemed to dim slightly, its glow softening. The rough, cold obsidian of his throne seemed to vibrate faintly with the music. Persephone, the queen, was visibly moved. Tears, like drops of moonlight, began to well in her eyes, silent tributes to the beauty and sorrow of the music. She remembered the warmth of the sun on her skin, the vibrant colors of the living world, the joy of innocent laughter. Her face, usually etched with melancholy, softened with a profound sadness, a longing for a world she had lost. The delicate poppies in her hair seemed to droop slightly, as if sharing in her sorrow. The shades of the departed, who had drifted aimlessly for eons, paused. Their translucent forms seemed to solidify, their faces gaining a faint, fleeting glimmer of their earthly expressions. A collective sigh, barely audible, rippled through the multitude, a whisper of forgotten joys, of long-buried emotions stirred by the music. They remembered the warmth of love, the pain of loss, the simple beauty of life. The air was thick with their silent, lingering sorrow, now tinged with a delicate, fragile hope. The music of Orpheus filled the vast cavern, echoing through its shadowy depths, reaching into every corner of the underworld. It brought a temporary halt to the torments of the damned. The Furies, their hair a writhing mass of snakes, their eyes burning with eternal wrath, paused their relentless pursuit, their hissing momentarily silenced, their whips still. Sisyphus, eternally pushing his boulder uphill, felt its weight lighten, his weary shoulders finding a moment of respite. Tantalus, forever reaching for fruit and water, found his thirst and hunger momentarily forgotten. The very air of the underworld seemed to soften, its pervasive gloom momentarily lifted by the power of Orpheus's song. The cold, metallic scent seemed to lessen, replaced by a fleeting fragrance of hope. The profound silence that followed the fading of the last note was filled with a lingering resonance, a sacred echo that hung in the heavy air. Hades and Persephone remained motionless for a long moment, their gazes fixed on Orpheus, a new understanding in their ancient eyes. The silence was broken only by the faint, rhythmic drip of water in the distant caverns. Then Hades, his voice deep and resonant, yet devoid of its usual chilling authority, spoke. Orpheus, he boomed, his words echoing through the vast chamber. Your music has touched even the cold heart of the underworld. Never before has such a sound graced these halls. His gaze softened almost imperceptibly as he looked at Persephone, then back at Orpheus. You have moved my queen to tears, a feat thought impossible in this realm. The air around him still crackled with power, but now it was tempered with a grudging respect. Persephone, her voice a soft, melodic whisper, tinged with a new, fragile hope, added, Your love, Orpheus, is a beacon even in this darkness. It is a song that speaks of the very essence of life. Her eyes, still glistening, met Orpheus's, a silent plea for the return of light and warmth. The delicate poppies in her hair seemed to shimmer faintly. Hades, with a slow, deliberate movement, raised his staff. The cold light at its tip pulsed faintly. We will grant your plea, son of Calliope. Eurydice shall return with you to the world of the living. A collective, almost imperceptible gasp rippled through the shades, a whisper of astonishment and a fragile hope. The air felt charged with a profound, momentous energy. But then, Hades's voice hardened, regaining some of its unyielding authority. However, he continued, "There is one condition. As you ascend from the underworld, Eurydice will follow behind you. You must not, under any circumstances, look back at her until you have both reached the light of the upper world. One glance, Orpheus, and she will be lost to you forever, drawn back into my domain, never to return." His gaze was piercing, unyielding, a testament to the absolute power of his decree. The cold, smooth obsidian of his throne seemed to radiate a chilling finality. Orpheus felt a surge of elation, quickly followed by a cold dread. The condition was simple, yet fraught with peril: to walk through the darkness, knowing Eurydice was behind him, yet unable to confirm her presence, would be a torment. But it was a torment he would gladly endure. He bowed his head, a silent acknowledgement of the formidable task before him. The smooth, cool feel of the lyre's shell was a constant reminder of the fragile hope that propelled him forward. Persephone, her eyes still holding a profound sadness, offered a soft, almost imperceptible nod of encouragement. She understood the weight of the condition, the human frailty that it exploited. But she also understood the power of love and the hope that Orpheus carried. The delicate poppies in her hair seemed to stir faintly, as if in sympathy. Hades, with a wave of his staff, signaled for Eurydice to be brought forth. From the swirling multitude of shades, a form began to coalesce, faint and translucent at first, then slowly gaining substance. It was Eurydice, her features still serene, her eyes closed as if in a deep slumber. She appeared as if waking from a long, peaceful dream, her form shimmering with an ethereal luminescence. The air around her seemed to vibrate with a fragile, nascent warmth. Orpheus felt an overwhelming urge to rush to her, to embrace her, to confirm that she was truly there. But he remembered Hades's words, the absolute finality of the condition. He clenched his jaw, his gaze fixed forward, towards the faint glimmer of the exit, a distant promise of the upper world. The smooth, cool feel of the lyre's shell was a constant, grounding presence. The silence in the throne room was now charged with a new tension, a profound anticipation. The shades of the departed watched, their silent murmurs echoing with a collective, hopeful whisper. This was a moment unprecedented in the history of the underworld, a testament to the extraordinary power of Orpheus's love and music. The air felt heavy with the weight of this unique, fragile opportunity, and so Orpheus turned, his back to Eurydice, and began his ascent. Each step was a battle, not against physical obstacles, but against the insidious whispers of doubt, the overwhelming urge to look back. His lyre remained silent, his music now an internal hum, a melody of unwavering resolve that resonated only within his heart. The cold, rough stone beneath his feet was a constant reminder of the treacherous path. The scent of cold stone and decay was still present, but now overlaid with a subtle, sweet note of hope. The journey back was even more arduous than the descent. Each step was a battle, not against physical obstacles, but against the insidious whispers of doubt, the overwhelming urge to look back. The path, once merely dark, now seemed to twist and turn with malicious intent, each shadow a potential illusion, each echoing drip of water a phantom sound. The air grew colder, thinner, pressing in on Orpheus, testing the very limits of his resolve. The rough, jagged rocks beneath his feet seemed to shift and crumble with every step. He walked in absolute silence, his lyre now a heavy weight in his hand, its golden strings mute. The music that had charmed Charon and lulled Cerberus into slumber was now an internal hum, a melody of unwavering resolve that resonated only within his heart. He focused on the faint, distant glimmer of light that marked the exit from the underworld, a promise of the sun, of the living world, of Eurydice's return. The smooth, cool feel of the lyre's shell was a constant, grounding presence, a tactile anchor in the disorienting darkness. With every step, the torment grew. He imagined Eurydice, her form ethereal and shimmering, following close behind him. He pictured her stumbling on the uneven ground, her faint call lost in the echoing caverns. He felt the phantom brush of her hand against his, the subtle warmth of her presence, and the urge to turn, to confirm that she was truly there, became an almost unbearable ache. His breath caught in his throat, a silent gasp against the overwhelming doubt. The cold, damp air seemed to whisper her name. The path was long, winding upwards through seemingly endless tunnels. The rhythmic drip of water, once a mournful cadence, now seemed to mock him, each drop a tick of the agonizing clock. The air grew progressively colder, a chilling reminder of the realm he was leaving and the fragile nature of the life he hoped to reclaim. The scent of cold stone and decay clung to him, a pervasive reminder of his journey. He passed the slumbering form of Cerberus, the monstrous hound, still lost in a peaceful, musical dream. The faint, rhythmic snores of the beast were a strange comfort, a sign that his music had indeed worked, a testament to the power he wielded. Yet, even this reassurance was not enough to quell the rising tide of doubt. He could not look, he dared not look. The rough, leathery texture of the hound's scales, visible in the faint glow of his lyre, seemed to pulse with a silent warning. Hours stretched into what felt like an eternity. His legs ached. His mind was a maelstrom of conflicting emotions. Hope warred with fear, trust battled doubt. He pictured Eurydice, her face drawn with exhaustion, her eyes pleading for him to turn, just for a moment, just to confirm. He felt the phantom touch of her fingers on his back, a silent invitation to break the condition, to succumb to the torment. His jaw was clenched, his knuckles white around the neck of his lyre. The very air seemed to vibrate with his internal struggle. The light ahead grew brighter, a thin, shimmering sliver of gold against the impenetrable black. It was the light of the sun, the light of life, beckoning him forward, promising the end of his agonizing journey. He quickened his pace, his heart pounding in his chest, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. He was almost there, just a few more steps. The warmth of the distant light seemed to call to him, a siren's song of hope. He could feel the subtle shift in the air, the faint, sweet scent of pine and damp earth, replacing the metallic tang of the underworld. He could hear the faint, distant murmur of a stream, the almost imperceptible rustle of leaves. He was on the very threshold of the living world, the entrance to the cave almost visible. The air grew warmer, softer, embracing him with the promise of life. His foot touched the mossy ground of the upper world. The sunlight, though still dim, felt like a warm embrace on his face. He was out. He had done it. He was back in the world of the living. A profound sense of relief washed over him, momentarily eclipsing the torment of the journey. He had fulfilled his end of the bargain. He had not looked back. The rough, cool moss beneath his feet was a welcome sensation. But then, a single, insidious thought, a whisper born of his deepest fear, pierced through the fragile calm. Had she truly followed? Was she truly there? The silence behind him was absolute, devoid of any sound of footsteps, any rustle of cloth. The absence of sound was a deafening roar in his mind. He had felt her presence, yes, but was it real, or merely a phantom born of his desperate hope? The air behind him felt impossibly empty. Just one glance, his mind whispered. Just one quick glance to confirm. It was a simple, logical step, a small act to banish the gnawing doubt that threatened to consume him. He had endured so much, come so far. Surely, after all this, a single glance would not undo everything. The warmth of the sun on his face was a cruel comfort, reminding him of the life he desperately wanted to share. He turned. It was a slow, deliberate turn, his heart pounding in his chest, his eyes searching the shadows behind him. And there she was, Eurydice, her form translucent and shimmering like moonlight on water, stood just within the mouth of the cave, her eyes wide, filled with a profound sadness. A soft, ethereal glow surrounded her, a pale imitation of the vibrant life she once possessed. Her hand, outstretched towards him, seemed to shimmer, as if dissolving even as he watched. The delicate scent of wildflowers, a ghost of her earthly presence, seemed to subtly fade. A gasp escaped his lips, a sound of profound despair. Her name, a silent cry, formed on his tongue, but no sound emerged. He reached out, his hand grasping at the air, trying to seize the fleeting image, to pull her back from the encroaching shadows. But it was too late. The light in her eyes, already dim, flickered once, then extinguished. Her form began to dissipate, dissolving like mist in the morning sun, drawn back into the impenetrable darkness of the underworld. The ethereal glow around her faded, leaving only the oppressive gloom of the cave entrance. Her final expression was not one of anger or accusation, but of profound, heartbreaking sorrow, a silent farewell that spoke volumes. It was a love lost, not to death, but to a single, fleeting moment of human frailty, a single, irresistible urge to confirm. The air where she had stood now felt impossibly cold, devoid of her presence. Orpheus stood frozen, his hand still outstretched, grasping at empty air. The warmth of the sun felt like a cruel mockery on his skin. The sounds of the living whirled a jarring cacophony. The vibrant colors of the forest seemed dull, lifeless. The silence that followed was not the quiet peace he had sought, but a crushing, absolute void, a silence that screamed with the agony of his irreversible loss. His lyre, still clutched in his hand, felt heavier than ever, its golden strings now truly mute, reflecting the utter despair that had consumed him. The smooth, cool feel of its shell offered no comfort, only a chilling reminder of his failure. He had defied the gods, charmed the unyielding, and walked through the very gates of death, only to lose her at the very threshold of life. The realization settled over him like a shroud, cold and unyielding. The scent of pine and damp earth, once a source of comfort, now seemed to carry the bitter tang of regret. The journey, the triumph, the hope, all shattered by a single, backward glance. The underworld had claimed her, not through force, but through the subtle, insidious power of doubt and the unbearable weight of human longing. The air was thick with the palpable weight of his profound, irreversible loss. The light of the upper world, once a beacon of hope, now seemed to mock him, illuminating the vast, empty space where Eurydice had stood. He sank to his knees, the lyre falling from his grasp with a soft thud, its golden strings no longer shimmering, but dull and lifeless. The world around him seemed to spin, colors blurring, sounds fading into a distant hum. His heart, which had been so full of love and hope, was now a hollow echo, filled only with the bitter taste of regret. The rough, cool moss beneath his knees offered no solace. The Thracian forest, once his sanctuary, now seemed to press in on him, its ancient trees whispering not of comfort, but of his profound failure. The rustle of leaves, the murmur of the stream, all seemed to lament with him, a mournful chorus to his broken spirit. He had touched the impossible, only to have it slip through his fingers like smoke. The scent of damp earth and pine, once a comforting embrace, now felt heavy with sorrow, a constant reminder of the love he had lost twice over. The air was thick with the palpable weight of his profound, irreversible loss. The silence that followed was not merely the absence of sound. It was a deafening roar within Orpheus' soul. The world, once vibrant with the promise of Eurydice's return, had collapsed into a monochrome landscape of despair. He lay there, his body a heavy, unmoving mass, the lyre beside him mirroring his brokenness. Its golden strings, once alive with his touch, were now dull and slack, reflecting the utter desolation that had consumed him. The cool, smooth feel of its shell offered no comfort, only a chilling reminder of his failure. The sun, once a benevolent presence, now felt like a harsh, unforgiving spotlight, exposing the raw wound of his loss. Its warmth, once a comfort, was now a searing reminder of the life he had so desperately fought to reclaim, only to lose it at the very threshold. The vibrant colors of the Thracian forest, once a source of joy, now seemed to mock him with their relentless beauty, a cruel contrast to the bleakness within his heart. The scent of pine and damp earth, once a comforting embrace, now felt heavy with sorrow, a bitter perfume of regret. Days bled into nights, and nights into a timeless, agonizing void. Orpheus remained in the glade, a silent monument to his grief. He did not eat, did not drink, did not sleep. His body, though weary, seemed to draw sustenance from the sheer magnitude of his sorrow. The birds, usually drawn to his music, now kept their distance, their songs hushed, as if respecting the profound silence of his despair. The deer, once so tame in his presence, now watched from the shadows, their large, dark eyes filled with a silent pity. The air around him seemed to thicken with the palpable weight of his profound grief. His lyre lay forgotten beside him, a silent witness to his torment. He could not bring himself to touch it, for its music had become inextricably linked with the fragile hope he had carried, a hope that had been so cruelly extinguished. To play would be to acknowledge the unbearable truth, to give voice to a pain too vast for any melody. The smooth, cool feel of its shell, once a source of comfort, now felt like a searing brand of failure. The whispers began, carried on the gentle breeze, rustling through the leaves of the ancient trees. They were not the soft, comforting murmurs of the forest, but insidious echoes of his failure, taunting him with the image of Eurydice's fading form, her sorrowful eyes. He saw her face every time he closed his eyes, heard her unspoken farewell in every rustle of the leaves. The phantom touch of her hand, the ghost of her laughter, tormented him relentlessly. The air around him seemed to vibrate with these unseen, tormenting presences. His grief was a living entity, consuming him from within, hollowing him out until nothing remained but an aching void. He was a shadow of his former self, his once vibrant spirit dimmed by the crushing weight of his loss. The world, once a source of endless inspiration, was now a desolate wasteland, reflecting the emptiness within him. The scent of damp earth and pine, once a comforting presence, now felt like the oppressive weight of a tomb. The other dryads and nymphs, Eurydice's kin, sometimes ventured near, their faces etched with a profound sadness. They would leave offerings of wild berries and fresh spring water placed gently beside him, unspoken gestures of sympathy. But Orpheus did not stir. He was beyond the reach of their comfort, lost in the labyrinth of his own despair. The cool, sweet taste of the berries, the refreshing coolness of the water, went unnoticed. The Thracian people, who had once revered him as a god, now spoke of him in hushed, sorrowful tones. They remembered the joyous melodies that had filled their valleys, the way his music had brought peace to their lives. Now, only a profound silence emanated from the glade, a testament to the depth of his suffering. The air itself seemed to carry the weight of their collective sorrow. The sun continued its relentless cycle, rising and setting. But for Orpheus, time had ceased to exist. He was trapped in an eternal present of sorrow, a prisoner of his own regret. The memory of that single, fatal glance replayed endlessly in his mind, each replay a fresh wound, a renewed agony. He yearned for oblivion, for the sweet release of forgetfulness, but even that was denied him. The warmth of the sun, the coolness of the night, were indistinguishable in his despair. He began to wander aimlessly at first, then with a desperate, restless energy. He moved through the forest like a ghost, his form gaunt, his eyes hollow. He sought out the most desolate places, the deepest shadows, as if trying to merge with the very darkness that had consumed his love. He avoided the sun-drenched meadows, the murmuring streams, for they were too full of the memories of Eurydice, too vibrant with the life he had lost. The rough, cold earth beneath his feet offered no comfort. His music, once a source of solace and connection, was now a torment. He could hear phantom melodies in the rustle of the leaves, echoes of Eurydice's laughter in the distant call of a bird. Every sound was a reminder of what he had lost, a cruel echo of a happiness that was now forever beyond his grasp. The very air seemed to hum with these tormenting echoes. In his despair, Orpheus began to rage, not outwardly, but within himself. He railed against the gods, against fate, against the cruel trick of a single condition. He questioned the very nature of love, if it could be so easily broken by a moment of human weakness. His internal torment was a silent scream, echoing through the desolate chambers of his soul. The scent of pine and damp earth, once so calming, now seemed to choke him with its familiarity. He thought of Apollo, his divine father, and the gift of music he had bestowed upon him. What good was such a gift if it could not bring back the one he loved? What power did it truly hold if it could not mend a broken heart or defy the iron will of the underworld? The golden light of Apollo, usually a symbol of hope, now seemed to mock him with its unwavering brilliance. The world had become a vast, empty canvas, painted only with the shades of his grief. The vibrant tapestry of life had been stripped bare, leaving only the raw, exposed nerves of his suffering. He was alone, utterly and irrevocably alone in a world that continued to move, to breathe, to sing, oblivious to the profound silence that had fallen upon his soul. The air around him felt heavy with the weight of his isolation. He would sometimes collapse by the banks of the Strymon River, its waters, once a gentle accompaniment to his melodies, now a cold, indifferent rush. He would stare into its depths, seeing only the reflection of his own hollow eyes, the ghost of his former self. He yearned for the oblivion of its currents, for the release from his unending torment. But even death, he knew, would not bring him back to Eurydice. She was lost, truly lost, beyond the reach of his music, beyond the grasp of his love. The cool, damp earth, the rough texture of the river stones, offered no solace. The forest, his silent witness, continued to hold its breath. The ancient trees, their roots plunged deep into the earth, felt the tremors of his despair, a subtle vibration that permeated their very being. They mourned with him, not with loud wails, but with a quiet, pervasive sadness that seemed to darken the very leaves on their branches. The rough texture of their bark seemed to absorb his sorrow. Orpheus's grief was not a fleeting emotion. It was a permanent state of being, a deep, unyielding sorrow that had become an intrinsic part of his very essence. He was no longer the joyous musician, the charmer of beasts, but the embodiment of profound loss, a living testament to the unbearable cost of a single, fatal glance. The air around him seemed to hum with this pervasive, inescapable sadness. His heart, once a wellspring of melody, was now a barren landscape, echoing with the ghostly whispers of what once was. He was trapped in a perpetual twilight of memory and regret, a prisoner of his own shattered hope. The scent of pine and damp earth, once a comforting embrace, now felt like the oppressive weight of a tomb, sealing him within his unending sorrow. The very light seemed to dim around him, reflecting the profound darkness within. The world continued its relentless cycle, but for Orpheus, time had stopped. He was suspended in an eternal moment of loss, forever reaching for a phantom, forever haunted by the memory of a love that had slipped through his fingers like smoke. His journey to the underworld had brought him to the very brink of reunion, only to cast him back into an even deeper abyss of despair. The cool, damp earth beneath him, the constant murmur of the stream, were cold, indifferent reminders of his profound, irreversible loss. The air was thick with the palpable weight of his unending grief. The Thracian air, once filled with the gentle melodies of Orpheus's lyre, now carried only the mournful whispers of the wind through barren branches. The glade where he had once played, where love had blossomed, was now a silent testament to his profound sorrow. Orpheus, a shadow of his former self, wandered through the familiar landscape, his once vibrant spirit dimmed by the crushing weight of his loss. His lyre, a silent companion, remained untouched, its golden strings dull, reflecting the desolate landscape of his soul. The scent of pine and damp earth, once a comfort, now seemed to carry the bitter tang of regret. He avoided the company of others, finding no solace in their well-meaning words or their attempts to console. Their pity was a sharp blade, reminding him of the vibrant life he had lost, the joy that was now forever beyond his grasp. He sought out solitude, preferring the silent empathy of the ancient trees and the mournful murmur of the rivers, for they, at least, did not try to fill the void that had opened within him. The rough, cold bark of the trees, the cool, smooth river stones, offered a silent, unjudging presence. His grief was a constant companion, a heavy cloak that enveloped him, separating him from the world of the living. He saw Eurydice everywhere, in the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves, in the gentle sway of the wildflowers, in the distant call of a bird. Every sight, every sound, was a poignant reminder of what he had lost, a cruel echo of a happiness that was now forever out of reach. The air around him seemed to hum with these tormenting echoes, unseen, yet ever present. The whispers of his failure, the memory of that single, fatal glance, tormented him relentlessly. He replayed the moment endlessly in his mind, searching for a different outcome, a way to undo the irreversible. But there was none. The iron will of Hades, the cruel irony of his own human frailty, had conspired to steal her away, not once, but twice. The scent of her phantom presence, the ghost of her laughter, were a constant, agonizing torment. In his profound despair, Orpheus began to reject the very joy that music had once brought him. He could not bear to hear a happy tune, a lilting melody, for it only served to highlight the vast emptiness within him. The world's natural symphony, once a source of endless inspiration, was now a jarring cacophony, a cruel mockery of the harmony he had lost. The silence of his own lyre became his only comfort, a reflection of the profound quietude that had settled upon his soul. The smooth, cool feel of its shell, once a source of inspiration, now felt like a cold, heavy burden. He began to speak to himself, his voice a low, mournful murmur, recounting his journey, his triumph, his ultimate failure. He spoke to the trees, to the rivers, to the very air, pouring out the unbearable weight of his heart. His words were not meant for human ears, but for the silent, sympathetic embrace of the natural world, a world that understood loss, that understood the cyclical nature of life and death. The rough texture of the tree bark, the cool feel of the river water, were his only confidants. His once gentle demeanor hardened, replaced by a quiet bitterness. He grew weary of the world, of its relentless cycle of life and joy, for it was a cycle from which he felt forever excluded. He yearned for oblivion, for a release from the unending torment of memory. But even death, he knew, would not bring him back to Eurydice. She was lost, truly lost, beyond the reach of his music, beyond the grasp of his love. The scent of pine and damp earth, once a comforting embrace, now felt like the oppressive weight of a tomb. The Maenads, followers of Dionysus, god of wine, revelry, and madness, were a stark contrast to the quiet despair of Orpheus. They were wild, untamed women, their spirits fueled by ecstatic dance, intoxicating wine, and primal abandon. Their laughter echoed through the forests, loud and uninhibited, their bodies adorned with ivy and animal skins, their hair unbound and flowing. They were a force of nature, driven by instinct and raw emotion, their celebrations often spilling into frenzied, violent acts. The air around them crackled with a primal, untamed energy, thick with the scent of wine, sweat, and crushed leaves. They had heard whispers of Orpheus, the legendary musician whose melodies could soothe savage beasts and move mountains. They had heard of his profound sorrow, his descent into an all-consuming grief after the loss of his beloved Eurydice. But for the Maenads, such profound sorrow was an affront to the joyous, chaotic spirit of Dionysus. They saw his melancholic silence, his rejection of the world's simple pleasures, as a defiance of life itself. His quiet despair was a stark contrast to their boisterous revelry, an uncomfortable presence in their wild, untamed world. The pervasive sadness that clung to him was anathema to their joyous abandon. One day, as Orpheus sat by the Strymon river, his lyre resting silently beside him, a mournful echo of his inner turmoil, the Maenads descended upon him. Their shouts and wild cries shattered the quietude of the glade, a jarring cacophony against the profound silence of his grief. They were a whirlwind of motion, their bare feet pounding the earth, their hair flying, their eyes alight with a dangerous, intoxicating madness. The air vibrated with their frenzied energy, thick with the scent of their wild revelry. "Why do you mourn, Orpheus?" they shrieked, their voices laced with a mixture of challenge and drunken fury. "Why do you reject the wine, the dance, the joy of life? Your sorrow is an insult to Dionysus, a stain upon the vibrant earth." They circled him, their movements erratic and menacing, their laughter a harsh, unsettling sound. The rough, leathery skins they wore, the sharp points of their thiocy, fennel stalks tipped with pine cones, seemed to gleam menacingly in the dappled light. Orpheus did not respond. He simply sat there, his gaze distant, lost in the labyrinth of his own despair. His silence, his unwavering sorrow, only served to fuel their rage, to ignite their drunken fury. They saw his quiet dignity not as strength, but as arrogance, a defiant refusal to join in their ecstatic surrender. The profound stillness that surrounded him was an unbearable affront to their chaotic energy. "He scorns us," one shrieked, her voice raw with indignation. "He turns his back on the gifts of the god." Another screamed, "Let us teach him the true meaning of revelry. Let us make him dance to our tune." Their cries escalated into a frenzied chorus, their movements becoming more aggressive, more menacing. The scent of wine and sweat, usually intoxicating, now felt cloying and dangerous. Suddenly, with a primal roar, they lunged. Their hands, accustomed to tearing apart wild beasts, reached for him, their sharp nails extended. Orpheus, lost in his grief, offered no resistance. He did not raise his lyre, did not play a single note to defend himself. He simply closed his eyes, accepting his fate, yearning for the oblivion that had been denied to him. The rough, cold touch of their hands, the sharp pain of their nails, were fleeting sensations. They tore him limb from limb, their frenzied rage consuming him in a brutal, chaotic frenzy. His body, once a vessel for the most exquisite music, was ripped apart, scattered across the glade, a testament to the savagery of their madness. The golden strings of his lyre, once so vibrant, were snapped and broken, its polished wood splintered, its gentle hum silenced forever. The air filled with their triumphant shrieks, a macabre celebration of their destructive power. The scent of blood, sharp and metallic, mingled with the earthy aroma of the glade. His head, still warm, still bearing the serene expression of his profound sorrow, was flung into the Strymon River. It floated downstream, carried by the gentle current, its eyes still open, fixed on the sky. And from its lips, even in death, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper escaped, a final, lingering echo of the name that had consumed his every waking thought. Eurydice. The cool, rushing water, the rough texture of the river stones, were the final sensations against his severed head. The Maenads, their madness momentarily sated, dispersed, their triumphant cries echoing through the now silent glade. The forest, which had witnessed so much of Orpheus's life, now bore witness to his brutal end. The scattered remnants of his body, the broken pieces of his lyre, lay amidst the trampled wildflowers, a stark contrast to the beauty that had once permeated this sacred space. The scent of blood lingered in the air, a grim reminder of the violence that had shattered the peace. But even in death, Orpheus's music found a way to persist. His lyre, though shattered, was gathered by the Muses, his mother Calliope among them. They wept tears of profound sorrow, their divine voices joining in a mournful lament for the son they had lost. They took the broken pieces of his instrument, imbued them with a new, ethereal light, and placed them among the stars, creating the constellation Lyra, a celestial testament to his unparalleled gift. The faint, shimmering light of the stars seemed to echo the ethereal glow of his lyre. And Orpheus's head, carried by the currents of the Strymon, eventually drifted out to sea, and then to the island of Lesbos, sacred to Apollo. There, it was said, his spirit continued to sing, his voice a soft, melancholic hum that resonated with the waves, a timeless melody that spoke of enduring love and eternal sorrow. The cool, salty air of the sea, the rhythmic sound of the waves, were a new, eternal accompaniment to his unending song. Thus, Orpheus, the greatest musician of all time, met his tragic end. His life, a testament to the power of music and the enduring strength of love, was ultimately consumed by an unbearable grief. But even in death, his legacy lived on, woven into the very fabric of the cosmos, his music an eternal echo, a reminder that even in the face of profound loss, beauty and harmony can persist. The stars, his final audience, twinkled with a cold, distant light, reflecting the profound, eternal sorrow of his tale. The scent of pine and damp earth, now mingled with the salt spray of the sea, carried the lingering essence of his legendary life. The world continued its relentless cycle, indifferent to the profound tragedy that had unfolded. But in the quiet corners of Thrace, in the rustling leaves of the ancient trees, and in the mournful murmur of the Strymon River, the memory of Orpheus lived on. His music, though silenced in the mortal realm, continued to echo in the hearts of those who had witnessed its power, a bittersweet symphony of love and loss. The air itself seemed to carry the lingering resonance of his unfulfilled dreams, and so the tale of Orpheus, the son of Calliope and Apollo, became a timeless lament, whispered across generations, a poignant reminder of the fragile nature of happiness and the enduring power of grief. His journey, his love, his ultimate failure were woven into the very fabric of Greek mythology, a cautionary tale and a testament to the profound depths of the human heart. The scent of pine and damp earth, forever linked to his memory, now carried a subtle, melancholic sweetness, a constant reminder of the musician who had dared to challenge death for love and lost. The very stones of Thrace seemed to hum with the lingering resonance of his profound